Oh, I had too much burger. Ugh. Too much fucking burger. I hate having too much fucking burger. Too much fucking burger. Okay, I didn't actually eat a burger. I'm lying. Of course, the cam goes to fucking shit, because the fucking thing, because the thing, I hate 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 the thing. Okay, there we go. Cool. Thank you. I hate the thing, I hate the thing, the thing. Thank you. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Do. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see. Where is Factorio? Yes, I'm a little late, I know. I ate way too much today. I had too much shawarma. Way too much shawarma. And it was just like, ugh. Fat. Too much. You hate me? That's rude. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. That's fucked up. What's up, Five Blitzer? You know, okay, I have to ask though, real quick. Was your name intended to be Fire Blitzer? But it got shortened to 5 for some reason?
The reason you're cringe is not because you ain't skilled, but because you ain't ballin' on that stank-ass Windows 95 pewter.
Sorry, the stank-ass Windows 95 pewter is, not gonna be able to keep up any days. Yes. Okay. My brain is large sometimes. Only on days that end with Y. Only on those days is my brain large. I was also spending a little bit of time gathering up all the stuff I needed. I've not felt like changing it back. Fair enough. I just assumed it was because of character limit or something. Meh. But then again, I've seen longer names than that before, so whatever. I like teens. Why are you like this? It's my God-given right. Not if you're an adult.
War crime this, can't eat the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
Listen, I will ban you. Here's what I'm looking for. Where did I put my thing? No, it's right there. Idiot. I am blind. I can't see. Do what I dare you. Alright, banned for a day. It's over.
I say motherfuck America, motherfuck America, motherfuck America.
Sure. Many people are saying fuck America, but why? I don't understand. Everybody's supposed to love America. Why would you say fuck America? It's kind of weird.
We do a little trolling, it's called we do a little trolling.
No, clearly you're not trolling whatsoever. Clearly you're being very serious. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me. Yeah, that's right. You're lying. Why would you lie to me? I probably should have put all of this. The opposite way around. That's fine. You mean failing? I mean, if that's how you're spelling the term failing, yeah, there might be some issues. Why are you failing 3 classes? I can't spell? Well, not being able to spell is a bad thing, Five Blitzer. One must know how to spell. It's important. Spelling is important. Full of water, but not making any steam. This is peculiar. Why are these not making steam? Hmm. Need to fix this. And I believe I know how. Hmm. Hmm. This is so peculiar. Why is this behaving like this? Oh, 90, blah, 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 ba-da-da. These produce about 103. Uh-huh. These consume about 90. 360 to 103 each. It's not enough. Needs more heat exchangers. A MILF. Fucking Dabubu spamming. Fucking Dabubu. Fucking Dabubu spammer. Make me want to say slurs about you. Which I will. I'm gonna say woman, because woman is obviously a slur. Women, am I right, fellas? Ugh. Can't stand them. No, I didn't. What do you mean? I was readjusting myself in my chair. Wait, you thought I would stand for you? You thought I'd be a gentleman to women on my 2026 internet days? What are you, fucking gay? What are you, a homosexual? What are you, fucking gay? Very. Well, that's the biggest problem with the neo-Marxist left. They're always fucking homosexual. You know, same old, I guess. Whole lot more of, not really much going on. Whole lot more of, I don't know, praying to Jesus that I get something in terms of a job. Yeah, he's not the best exactly. Like, you know, I thought my boy, like my homie Jesus would be kind of a G when it comes to stuff like that, but he's not really great at it. I mean, you know, he is, like, from, like, thousands upon thousands of years ago. I don't blame Jesus for this necessarily. He probably does not really know what the conditions are at this point. Like, you know, it's not really Jesus' fault. I'm not gonna give him too much crap for that one. He probably doesn't know just how dog shit the job market is. You know, it's not necessarily Jesus' fault. You know, I have to say. We're having some power problems because we're not making enough steam. And I have to move all this bullshit. I'd probably be cooked. Also, I've learned that there's a fundamental design flaw with the reactor that I've created here, with the power plant I've created on this planet, so... AKA, not enough steam creation. So what, for this amount, which would be, 8 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so 64, I need about... 103 steam. This consumes 90 steam per second. Each segment is 720. 720 divided by 103 is about 7. 8 to 7 ratio. Off by 1. It's an 8 to 7 ratio of exchangers to turbines, which means I need 56 heat exchangers. 16, which means this is 32, this would be 40. Definitely not enough. Well, you know what I could have designed differently, Alex Roivas? I could have designed you, your reports from the south side of Chicago differently. How about them apples? How about that? Dang, yeah, dang, get danged. You get owned, libtard, libtard, liberal, libtard. Which means I also have this fundamental design flaw, I think, on, I think every single other, power plant that I have made of this design. where I am definitely not producing enough steam. And we had to kick the factory alive. Because we need to make more rockets. Why? Because we're going to be transporting things that have a stack size of only 1, so we need a bunch more rockets. Yeah, it wasn't there like something about what Brian? I don't remember his name. Something Johnson was doing about La Migra. Was he gonna migra la migra or something? Yeah, Brian John. Okay, I wasn't wrong with his name. Okay, cool. Yeah, isn't he gonna be racist about ICE or something? I don't remember. As is your God-given right as an American.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Yeah, Brandon Johnson, okay. The womanly desires of always asking cis heterosexual men why are they gay. Yeah, okay. When I'm the least gay cis het man on the planet. Okay. I shall not give in to these womanly delusions. Listen, we all know that women want that one gay friend, okay? They always want to have a gay friend to pal around with, to make sure that they have some liberal progressive bona fides. If you know, you know. And I will not be that man for you, sacrificial MILF. I refuse. I have a will of my own. I am not a homosexual man. Funny. Yes, I'm funny, I know. Sleepy. Alright. Now that I not entirely fixed my problems. No, like Pazuzu just goes wherever like Pazuzu just feels. You can't just tell Pazuzu you want to fucking take him somewhere. He's just gonna be like, "Fuck you, bitch, suck my dick." Like, don't think that you can just order Pazuzu around because he's Pazuzu. Like, what do you think this is? That's not how Pazuzu operates. Yeah, Pazuzu doesn't give a fuck about snacks. Whoa, 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 don't associate me with Pazuzu. What the hell? What the cock and balls? Never associate me with Pazuzu. Has anyone ever considered, Alex, that maybe you're just Pazuzu? I don't think Pazuzu really has any fucking mortal likes, because we're talking about a fucking an elder entity, eldritch god. Imagine saying that Pazuzu has likes. It's fucking Pazuzu. You don't know if it's literally Pazuzu. Alright, we have now created canned iron bacteria. Yeah, but Pazuzu doesn't, because we're talking about Pazuzu. Alright, well, time to get out of here. Yeah, and personally, I think that if you say that Pazuzu likes Jamba Juice, he will fold you into a lawn chair. Imagine thinking that Pazuzu likes that stuff. What are you, fucking cringe? So Pazuzu's into human furniture? Fuck no. Pazuzu doesn't give a fuck about that shit. Pazuzu would prefer to say slurs on the internet or something. I don't know. We're talking about fucking Pazuzu. Nah, he's not a good guy. Pazuzu is a bad dude. He's got hairy legs. He's a bad guy, but bad boys.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
What the... Can you shut up, man? Can you shut up, man? And know that I will send you to Pazuzu? Yeah, actually, instead of going to Epstein's Island, by the way, Joe Biden hung out with Pazuzu. Oh, there's the canned iron bacteria. We need to make another poo-poo rocket. By another poo-poo rocket, I mean several more poo-poo rockets. And then we send sacrificial milk to Pazuzu. What? And then we destroy La Boo-Boo. And then Dubai chocolate Pazuzu La Boo-Boo. Ohio Skibidi toilet. Beer Bash Johnson Skibidi, 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 Skibidi. Don't send that to Beer Bash. He will say slurs about me. Actually, no, I don't want to. Why did I make? Actually, why did I make this expansion? Why did I put this here? Now, for all intents and purposes, I'm not being serious when I say this. Beer Bash Johnson would never say slurs. Boy Meets Minnie would. Why are you excited to be sent to Pazuzu? Why do you want to be sent to Pazuzu? Women. Am I right, fellas? They always want to be sent to Pazuzu. Women. All this constant talk about wanting to go to fucking Pazuzu. That's not exactly what I wanted. Huh. Eat all this ammo. Imagine always wanting to be sent to Pazuzu. Pipes. You know, everyone always says Larry Krasner, but never Larry Crapsler. Why is that? Has anyone ever thought about that? Boy Meets Mini, you don't know anything about Warhammer lore. Shut the fuck up, or I will call you at least 10 different caste slurs. And I will send you to Pazuzu. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to send Boy Meets Mini to Pazuzu. Pazuzu, 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 Pazuzu. Alright, use that Pazuzu now. Pazuzu, 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 Pazuzu. You are now at Pazuzu. That's not fair. You know what? Actually, here's what we're gonna do. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. Okay, you're gonna have a nightmare now. I'm like imagining the toad yelling gif going like Asexual Boy Meets Mini is saying that Sacrificial MILF is basically getting bukkakeed right now. Hey yo? Hey yo? Listen, that's what the Venom emote means, okay? You're fucking cum guzzling. What do you mean? Alright, everyone start kicking some fucking espers, okay? Alex is saying some fuck shit about toads, that I'd be kicking toads. No. I only kick espers. We don't fucking kick toads. Listen, I will also join in on the esper kicking. That's what happens in Pazuzu. But Pazuzu doesn't bukkake. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not what happens in Pazuzu. Huh? Huh? Okay, then I'm gonna get an appropriate a toad gif emote just to... You have no idea about my power. I will make everyone schizo the fuck out. No, better yet, here, an even better toad meme, okay? Okay, no one gives a fuck about, I don't know, Toad singing opera or some shit.
Mario.
Shut up. Oh, man. I find it really funny how all the Sargon fans are still saying I'm a Warhammer tourist when Sargon did not speak at all about any pertinent Warhammer lore. Neither did fucking Nux. Yet these dumbasses are just like, actually, you're the tourist. It's like, okay, bro. That's not how that works, man. Mentally ill or just fucking stupid?
Hey Mario, that big old 500-pound son of a bitch, Bowser, just took the damn princess and used all the star power to put everybody in paintings. Now I need you to take your ass inside those paintings and recover the stars with a little bit of...
What?
Punching, wood, and a little bit of
Ass whooping.
What? To save Princess Peach, and that's the bottom line. 'Cause
Stone Cold said so. 'Cause Stone Toad says so. A little bit of jumping. What? What?
Otherwise, you know what? If you don't do any of that, Alex, that happens. You become La Poo-Poo. You be turned into La Poo-Poo. A worse fate than becoming one with Pazuzu. You become La Poo-Poo. You're gonna get turned into a pile of shit. Think about your decisions carefully, Mr. Alex Roivas. Because if you don't, Pazuzu will become La Poo-Poo. And some might say that becoming La Poo-Poo is a fate worse than death. Never go full poo-poo. Ever. This message brought to you by real poo-poo idiots. Real poo-poo fart shitters. Okay, obviously I don't need this many. Eternal darkness. You mean what my mind is in eternal? It's the eternal darkness of my mind. Sorry. I was doing my best Ethan Klein impression there. How was it? I thought it was pretty good. Huh? What, Alex, do you think that saying that it was made by Canadians means I'm not going to be as racist against Canadians? Huh? No. Okay, I'll believe you. Because if that was the case, Alex, I'd have to become way more edgy for no reason. And I will have to start talking more about Pazuzu. Hmm. Hmm? The fuck is this? What the Pazuzu is going on here? What the Pazuzu? Apparently the land dev was a big asshole and ended up destroying the whole studio. Oh. Oh. Me clearly knowing what the fuck is being talked about. So we're gonna have to surround this with guns. Why? Because we have to bring biter eggs here. We're also gonna have to bring Alex to Pazuzu. Why? Because. I said so. Actually, I should not have brought those down, should I? It's fine. I'm checking. Now, is that going to be too much poo-poo water? Well, we'll find out. Only 129 fucking science per minute is not great. Warfhammer? What the hell, Zane? No, instead, it's actually something worse. It's Oreo factors. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm turning you into. I'm also throwing you into Pazuzu as well. You're becoming. You're going to become food for Pazuzu. Okay, that's a bridge too far. Alright, Boy Meets Mini, I see how it is. Oh, you're talking about... Oh, you're talking about saying for Pazuzu, Dabubu posting. Yeah, it is a bridge too far. Never go full Dabubu. Ever. You will be called slurs. And you will be dealt with appropriately. The first thing I definitely need to make, by the way, is this research right here. All these damn fucking Dabubu posters. Fucking Dabubu posters. Ice, where you at? La Migra? We found La Migra. Migra. It's Migra time. It's over for you, Boy Meets Minnie. It's time for death. Zane decided it was time to be racist, and as such you must suffer, Boy Meets Minnie. Because Zane is a racist, just like everybody else is in Twitch chat. All noble, critical, racist theorists. As has always been the Daho decree. That we are always going to be racist against racists. Can I get an amen? Can we get an amen in the chat for being racist against racists? Because we are racist against racists. What we pray around for here is racism is for racism. Against those that are racist. And as a result, I will continue to keep calling Sargon of Akkad's fans slurs. Like mentally ill materchods.
Amazing. Amazing! Amazing!
Amazing. And I will also say that Il Fortus Netus is El Fortus Netus. He's gone too far. El Fortus Netus. I was thinking on if I wanted to use the, because I could bring more biter eggs that way. I was thinking on if I wanted to bring more, or use the recipe that lets me make more bacteria. The problem is that I'd have to bring nutrients down here somehow. And my nutrient supplies are not looking great at the moment because of my initial nutrient starter not having enough spoilage to make nutrients. For now. The first thing that we're going to get with the bioinfusion science packs after yeeting them is going to be the ability to make nutrients from sludge. And we're going to use the microculture vat for that specifically because that does not require nutrients to function. Sludge into putis. Hey yo. Hey yo. El dutis mutis. We'll remember that one. And he may kill you. Oh, he'll kill you. The El Putius Maximo will eat you. On the way 3, on the way 4. That's a bit of a problem, actually. We are not producing enough rocket fuel. That is a problem. And all fixed. Why am I the best at Factorio? Why am I so good at this game? And boom, just like that, instantaneously doubling our rocket fuel production. That's a bit of a problem. This is somewhat annoying, this problem. Amogus. Amogus, indeed. Why do I have these passive provider chests here? What the fuck is this for? Why is there someone replying to a video about ice saying that I'm lying? Having an image, a problem with the image of the thumbnail, huh? People being pro la migra in my hacking 2023, guys? Or 2026, guys? That's a shock. I know that everyone else is shocked about people being pro la migra. I don't want you to do that. I don't know, Boy Meets Minnie. If you want to sick yourself on a terrorist, you can do that if you want. That's up to you. You want to have fun bullying a terrorist? You can have fun bullying a terrorist. You want to go full schizo on a terrorist? You have my eternal blessing as the prophet of truth. You know, everyone always calls them La Migra, but they never call them La Pigra. Why is that? Think about it. Think about it. Can I get a true for that? Any truers? That's reserved for the LAPD. Is there any difference for that? There's a difference? Huh? I'm getting a little creative here. I do not want these things to be on the same side of the belt, preferably, I think. Yes, Boy Meets Mini. Be my attacking schizophrenic. Daho, you're not supposed to advocate for members of your community to be attacking people. Okay, just be a little silly with it. Daho, you're posting cringe on the internet. But I believe that we are now somewhat successfully shipping in iron bacteria to the microculture vaults. Of course, now we have to deal with potentially getting rid of a bunch of putis. Very important. We have to get rid of some putis. Where are my recyclers? Bullying people is what you should be doing to conservatives. They deserve to be bullied. Can I get an amen? Amen. W bullying for conservatives, because they deserve it, because of how
True.
piece of shit they are.
Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
it's pretty true. I mean, you know, it's pretty true. It's pretty true. I can't build recyclers here. Cringe. The fuck am I gonna get rid of this random iron ore then? Oh, I have trash bolts. Yeah, what am I doing? I forgot. Why'd I bring down recyclers here when I have trash bolts? What the fuck am I doing? Idiot. Whoops. Ate the rocketizers by accident. Oopsie! You know, you could just say they're gay for la migra instead. When in doubt. Just be like, what are you, gay for la migra? Cringe. This is not working as well as I thought it would. Unlucky. You know, maybe conservatives could learn some lessons if they do get sent to Secot. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Listen, if that's the only way that most of these people can learn, then unfortunately it's off to Secot with all of you. Oops, all Secot. You know what I mean? Yep. Oops, all Secot. Can't fucking do that shit. What's up, Matt? Not the pickleball. You wouldn't pickle someone's balls now, would you? What the fuck, step bro? Are you pickling my balls? What the cock and balls? I am not sorry for making that joke. Penis, 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 penis. That's very penis, actually. That is extremely fucking penis. That is super fucking penis for me. Pickleball sounds like CBT. What the hell? Hey, yo. Where's the microculture vat? Oh, that's Amion. It's the wrong one. This one. Sacrificial MILF saying penis. Alright, it just became gay. Alright, pack it up, boys. No more penis game. No more cocks. It's now gay. The women are joining. Women saying penis? Kind of gay. Now, men saying penis, that's not gay. That's how that works. I'm sad. Oh no. Oh no. I can't talk about
true, and yeah, that's pretty true.
I can't
That's
talk
true.
about cocks.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
I'm sorry, Sacrificial MILF, but the Greeks would have had a lot of problems with you. And other issues, but it's about the Greeks. We're talking about Greeks. The mini backpack I was going to use for my trip doesn't fit me. Straps are way too small. My 4-year-old could use it, though. No. That's what you were talking about. You were not talking about cocks. Alright, false alarm. We can keep talking about cocks. False alarm, boys. We can keep talking about penis. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God we can keep talking about dicks. Alright, where the fuck are... Like, what are you doing? Apparently people are very gay in the Mughal era. There's an entire genre of Urdu feminist poetry that's gayer than Grindr during the RNC. That's funny. Okay, you know what? I guess I'm gonna have to add another arm. Can I fit another arm? It's a good question. I need to make a dedicated iron bacteria area. I think if we want to make this shit work. Amogus. Okay, I need to leave again and fix some things. Homuncus. Oh, you know the dumbass I was shitting on for saying that really stupid, idiotic bullshit? About what, Martin Luther King Jr.'s politics, and I don't want politics in my fucking block game. That fucking stupid bitch deleted the tweet. And there are still replies in there of people not saying that they have no idea who Nelson Mandela or Mahatma Gandhi is. And these people are fucking brain dead. Dude, people are kind of dumb, aren't they? They're kind of 3 IQ. I think we have some very 3 IQ individuals. It sounds like we just need to be more woke. We need to be more gay, more woke or something. I don't know. It is woke too we're talking about here. We need to be more homosexual. Need more gay. Okay, so this is actually, this bit right here, this bit is totally A-okay and fine. We need to make a dedicated thing for making iron bacteria, and then to destroy all of the other shit. By the way, in India, teachers aren't allowed to teach why Gandhi actually died. They get prosecuted under the WAPA Act, which says dissent equals terrorism. It sounds like something a terrorist would say. Now gaze upon this line of pure white nutrients. We love the whites, don't we, folks? What? Who said that? This is not sandwich belt. This is not sandwich. You are the sandwich for saying that. You are a part of the sandwich race. You are sandwich. You are the sandwich race. Sandwich. Boy Meets Mini is a part of sandwich race. I still think it's very funny how there's like that clip of Clavicular. Like one of the like 3 IQ Nazis finds him and starts like swinging out for him. Saying like Heil Hitler, you know, did the stupid song, right? Said that part like N-word Heil Hitler for the song, for Kanye's song. And it's just like, bro, he just looked at him and was just like, bro, you're like a little goofy gremlin. It's just like, but buddy, but Clavicular, those are your guys. If you don't like the fucking Nazis all that much, my dude, then you shouldn't have gone in bed with them, little bro. You fucked up here, buddy. You wanted to play nice with the Nazis. And guess what? Now you have like all these like detestable, dejectable fucking weirdos all over the place now. No one told me that the Nazis would be stupid and ugly. What the heck? Says Clavicular, probably. It's like, well, welcome, something, something. These are the bedfellows you make. And this is where I also say that Boy Meets Mini is secretly a part of the sandwich race. And that his upward maximilla betrays him. Sandwich race. Trying to figure out where to stick this bit. Sandwich race. Race. Part of the sandwich. Sandwich build. Sandwich race. Sandwich race. Can I stick this bit right here? Can I stick this bit right here? I think something might be wrong with me. Most of jokes are pegging related. Wait, what? Huh? Matt, I think you might be into pegging. Maybe you want to get pegged or something. I'm just going to throw that out there as a suggestion. Maybe you want to get pegged. I won't confirm. Okay. 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 Don't ask what I was doing there. I don't know either. Shut up. I'm just having... I was going full schizo for no reason. Daho.
Listen, fuckhead.
You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head.
Are you El Fordus Netus? You're not El Fordus Netus. You're just a Kringus Bingus. Get the hell out of here. Pretending to be El Fordus Netus. This imposter Alex. We only have one Alex Jones, and his name is the Fortnite. That's our Alex Jones. Yeah, that's Alexius Jones's right there. Okay, so now we need some yelly. Some yelly belly. And to say that Boy Meets Mini is a part of the sandwich race. Wait. Sandwich. And just like that, the sandwich race has been created. Sandwich. The sandwich race. We have acquired sandwich. Okay, Factorio now. Hmm. Boom. I fixed my problems. Look at me. I have fixed all of my issues. And now we are canning iron bacteria. All fixed. Look at me. The Factorio engineer. Running very fast. Jesus Christ, I move fast. You know, if I do happen to run as fast as the maglev trains, that means I'm running about 600 kilometers an hour. Nope, 500 kilometers an hour. Okay, maybe I run about 200 kilometers an hour. You know what? Fuck you, libtard runs 200 kilometers an hour. What's up, libtard runs really fast? Who would that be, Boy Meets Minnie? Who is talking positively about La Migra? Imagine doing that. What kind of fucking weirdo would do that? Immigration is an executive function. It doesn't have judicial warrants. Never have. It says it's fake. All of you want that. It says it's fake. All you want, but that's real. Wait. I don't even understand what's being said there. First off, no. Immigration is not a function of the executive branch. What the fuck is he talking about? Every agency of the executive is subject to the Constitution and the law. By the way, well, which is why I keep consistently saying, like, conservatives do not agree with the Constitution. They hate the Constitution of the United States of America. They don't agree with it. Period. End of story. They just don't agree with it. They don't like it. Wait, is that the dude who was like saying I was lying about like my thumbnail or some shit about ice or whatever? Is it that fucking 3IQ dumbass? That person just wants a dictatorship. They're a lemming. Like, just call them a fucking 3IQ lemming and just move on with your life. Just be like, wow, you're fucking mentally ill. Eat shit and die. You hate the Constitution of the United States of America. You are inherently against America. Call them slurs and move on with your life. Like, unironically. Sacrificial MILF, who we now have to call slurs for leaving. Anyway, good night. Alright, I've come up with a solution to my problem, and it's this. Had a problem, came up with a solution. I have a very large brain. Boom. Big Shack. Skut nun. Opasni. Boom. Boom. Yeah, your Dabubu just got shot. What are you gonna do about it? Alright, problem fixed. Oh, and looks like the Minecraft video is about to get a lot of people really mad. 3 thumbs down already. That's interesting. I think a lot of people might not be a big fan of black people. I think there's a subsection of the people of the United States of America who do not like black people. Who do not love black people. In fact, I would say that they hate black people. They do not love black people. They do not love black people. Boy Meets Mini, do you love black people? I need to add those extra heat exchangers, otherwise there may be some issues. Boy Meets Mini, why do you hate black people? I thought you loved black people. That sounds like you hate black people. Why do you hate black people, Boy and Smitty? You hate black people. I love black people. Just trying to think of how I could exactly fix this problem I have. There is another solution. Instead of moving this stuff, it'd be too much of a pain in the ass to move this stuff. I could add more heat exchangers and just make more steam instead. And connect this all together. You know, I do find it really funny, though, when it was exposed that Jesse Lee Peterson is a homosexual, though. That was funny. Funny, but also that dude did some seriously abusive shit. That is true. Jesse Peterson is kind of a piece of shit. But it was still funny. It was also funny how he said that Destiny is a girl's name, and that's true. Can we get it? Can we get it? Any truers for the fact that Destiny is a girl's name? Because I'm truing that. I'm truing that. Braver men have done crazier things.
Amazing. Amazing! Amazing!
But we all know that Boy Meets Minnie does not love black people. But I love black people. I love black people. Alright, this should hopefully take care of my problems. I hope, I think. Methinks. Do I really not make enough nutrients now? Alright, this is working as intended now. Oh, do I need to double up everything as well? Okay. If I played South of Midnight, I don't know, probably none. Probably not that many. I have no idea. I do find it funny how some of these people develop complexes for themselves. It's just like, hey, I'm the only one watching your stream, which means I'm, like, better because I'm the only one watching your stream. It's like, okay. Sure, man. Good for you. Do we need more farming? Do I not have enough jelly nut? Yay. think I may need another power plant. Or just another wing of the power plant. You had a lot of dumbasses come through when you were playing Starfield. Oh. Amazing. Amazing. Where the fuck do I make soil? It's an agricultural tower. Plant seeds, harvest fruit. No. This is farming with AI. This. Not this. Yeah, we are low on jelly nut fruit, which is a problem. That's a bit of a problem, because that means we're going to be making more spores, or we might be making the neighbors upset. Turns out there's a lot of problems with this base. Not enough jelly nuts, and I need more power to make sure I get more jelly nuts. So we shall solve the first half of this equation. Not enough power. First. Uh, 160. Cringe. Okay. I think... Yes. The issues are fixed. I'll need to go out further, of course, in order to get more jelly nut, though. To do a little bit of reestablishing of the defensive perimeter. We'll need some more jelly nuts. Perhaps. That is a nice big pink field right there, dude. For jelly nuts. It's very big, it's very pink, it's beautiful, folks. Look at it. So much jelly nut exploitation. I mean, what? Who said exploitation? Grr. Natives. Overkill it for no reason. Should they come? Fuck you. Duh, was that necessary? Yes.
Yes, Smile.
I've also gotten like no attacks from any pentapods whatsoever. I've done such a good job controlling my pollution. Or rather, controlling my spores, but same difference. I think I need one more jelly nut patch. Hmm. We need more soil. Okay, that should be good enough, I think. Nice. And the jelly nut are flowing, so we should be all good in terms of jelly nut, in terms of Needed fruit production. Hooray for me. All fixed. We may still have power problems on Gleba, but it's not going to be as big of a problem. Oof. Because we have things we have to yap about. I don't anticipate this attack on Grifters to probably be as long as the other ones before, but I still need to finish gathering up everything I need. Plus, I need water. Plus, I'm gonna head to the bathroom. Plus, I keep saying I'm gonna finish fucking Rubia, but I keep not finishing Rubia. This planet has been the longest one we've been on so far. I do think that the other ones are probably not going to be as long. Granted, the only reason why Rubia has been as long as it has been is, first off, well, I mean, we've technically already beaten the planet. We just have to get the rest of the products. Well, the thing with Maluna is we had to go back to Maluna multiple times. The thing with Rubia is we had to tear up the whole thing and do it again. With Maluna, we had to go back multiple times. And by the way, once we hit the Paracellan, we're going to have to go back and replace a lot of buildings. I believe every single catalytic chemical plant we have will have to be replaced. And I'm not 100% certain about the electrical plants. What they replace. And I think it's assembly machines, but I'm not 100% certain. Which means we also have to replace all that stuff. Once we head to Paracellan, which is next. Why are we heading to Paracellan? Paracellan has two really good, unique production buildings. The mechanical plant, and the other one. What's the other one? The mechanical plant. Both of these plants are really good. How do I open up the Factorio Wikipedia again? Oh, here we go. Just take a quick look at the mechanical plant. So the electrochemical plant can craft, like I suspected, anything that would be done by a chemical plant. Which means it is a strict upgrade from the catalytic chemical plant. It has the same amount of module slots, 0.5 higher crafting speed, so the crafting speed goes up by 25%, and a base productivity of 25%, which makes it just even better. It's just, period, end of story, it is better. So we're going to need hundreds of these things, if not thousands of these things. And then we have the mechanical plant. The mechanical plant doesn't actually make all that much, but it makes, and this one's important, engines and flying robot frames. Oh, it also makes pumps as well. Inserters, belts, storage tanks. It can make LDS. Looking at the values of it, the Foundry still does have this thing beat in terms of being able to make LDS for sure, because the crafting speed is much higher. But this stuff can make repair kits, construction bots, pipes. Although the Foundry has that beat still. Rail. Rail ramps, rail supports. Chirovolcanic turbines. Interesting. It can make engines, though. So anything that requires the making of engines, such as all of the assembly machine, every single one of my planets that's making engines, the mechanical plant for Hieron is going to be so good. Now the question is does the casting engines recipe beat the mechanical plant? More than likely, yes, but using calciners in order to turn carbon into activated carbon is rather restrictive. So the mechanical plant will do the job. Not that it's bad, it's definitely good. Baseline productivity of 50 with 2 crafting speed is definitely very, very good. However, the thing... so it doesn't beat the Foundry. It does not. Because the Foundry has a much higher crafting speed of 4 in comparison to 2. Let me double check if that is the case. That should be the case. I'm pretty sure it's a crafting speed of 4. Yes. Which is why one of the other reasons why the Foundry is just so broken is its crafting speed. Is it more efficient than a Foundry? Like in terms of power consumption? Max consumption 2.5 megawatts. 2.5 megawatts. The Foundry is consumes 0.03 more megawatts. That is their only difference. That's it. But no, the mechanical... Nope. They are basically the exact same thing, except one has one is basically less it's just half crafting speed. That's what it is. It is just half the crafting speed. But I do have to say, we also need to figure out how large the building is. Foundries are 5 by 5. I don't know what mechanical plants are. It's definitely a good building, though. Both of them are... I mean, the electrochemical plant is a strict upgrade. In terms of all chemical plants. 25% more crafting speed, and also base productivity of 25%. It's just explicitly better. Period. End of story. The only question that I have is, does it have 3 inputs? That's the only other question. Because if it does have 3 inputs, there's going to have to be a bunch of fixes that we have to do. And it might not work with certain recipes. But it seems like it does work with every single recipe that I looked at. But we'll figure that out when we get there. It's still definitely much, 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 much better. And then we'll have to also... Yeah, we'll also have to fix it. We have to fix it. We need to fix. We'll have a lot of fixing we have to do. But it's going to be good. It's going to be good. That'll be for the first time in a long time that we're going to have a upgrading the factory stream in terms of Factorio, where we're going to be running around to every single planet. Every single one. To fix everything. Well, to upgrade everything. Upgrade every single building. And it's going to be done to a lot of them. But that is why I am going to go to the Paracellin first. Also because we need Paracellin science packs so we can get superconductors. Or no, quantum processors, not superconductors. Quantum processors. We needed science pack because the recipe was changed and you need products from Paracellin. So, like how I said earlier, all roads lead to Aquilo. We're going to have to put Aquilo a little bit on the back burner. Eventually, all roads will lead to Aquilo. But for now, Aquilo is put on the back burner. Because we are at the point that we do really need Aquilo to keep going forward at this point. Because we've been everywhere else. Did I need to go everywhere else? No. Was it nice to go everywhere else? No. Oh yes, it was nice to go everywhere else. Aquilo is endgame? Technically speaking, yes, for the base game of Factorio. Aquilo is endgame. Technically speaking. Factorio technically doesn't really have an endgame. The endgame is really just figuring out a ship that will be able to carry... that will be able to get to the edge of the solar system. That's how you win the actual game. But anyway. I will be right back, gamers. I'm gonna grab water, we're gonna head to the bathroom, and then we're going to do attack on Grifters. On Nux. Ugh. Boo. Okay. Now to continue. I need to find. I'm trying to find the V Shoujo Discord screenshots that was had between Nux and the head of cybersecurity at V Shoujo is what I am trying to find now. Also, the fact that there is a post on the Behind the Bastards podcast for for V Shoujo is really, really funny to me. That is funny. I mean, honestly, it is perfect. Yeah, V Shoujo's earned that. They are bastards. But yes, I just need to find the screenshots. Oh, perfect. I found exactly what I was looking for. Pink. Ignoring V Shoujo's. I found exactly what I was looking for, huh? I said I was looking for a thing and I found it. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Why the fuck is that fat loser Chud Flamenco also talking about that shit? Well, I mean, okay. Actually, it makes sense why Flamenco is talking about that fucking shit, because also drama monger fucking dumbass loser, who I believe was added as a pedophile, if I recall, Flamenco TV. I know he's like a prolific Kiwi Farms user, and he's also just a fucking weirdo. I don't know if you've been seeing these things, Boy Meets Mini, but they're fucking weird. It's like some weird Pepe, like, animation thing where he's, like, earning a bunch of money and he's, like, in a house with, like, a really hot wife, slaps her ass, and just all of a sudden just fucking bangs her. It's so fucking weird looking. It's just like, what the fuck is this, dude? This is very weird. Very strange. Bungo Taiga. Is the name of this other individual we're gonna also mention. I may have to use this video that I have queued up from this individual that I have here who goes into, or does a very good job into going into VTuber drama. Going into this. Oh, never mind. Clip is right here. Exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Part of the clip, rather.
Hello everyone, welcome to this channel.
Shut up. Oh god, this is all in reference to the dumbass fucking Ava Chris Tyson shit as well. Jesus Christ, man. I don't want a bunch of dumbass Rev says Desu shit. Fuck you, suck my dick. YouTube's awful banning. Okay, here's the original video of Nux talking about this. Perfect. I think I may use this video specifically in reference. Just for this bit right here, because there are a bunch of very small necessary clips that this individual has gathered. So we'll be using that. Didn't need to do that. Showed Penguin, so every VTuber drama. There's no chapters here. Huh? Is that them? Most replayed section? Edited the Bungo Taiga section out. So I will be having to use that because the clip is out. Okay. Figured. Lovely. Okay, so we'll be using my cheat sheet there in that particular section. Not a problem. Although I could probably try to find an archived link about it. Yada. That's gonna take a while. I don't want to. Okay, I'll use my master sheet for that in particular. So after that stuff, it's Jaden Animations. Okay, I also just learned this recently. Someone decided to make a Chrome extension called Nuxify, where it adds Nuxtaku to your fucking YouTube thumbnail. YouTube thumbnails. Which is so funny because it's just making fun of the fact that Blood thought he was best friends with Jaded Animations. It's so funny, dude. That's fucking hilarious, dude. The fact that this dumbass still has some of these stupid ass fucking thumbnails up and these videos still up is so fucking weird, bro. Cause it's just fucking weird. This motherfucker has done a lot of fucking collaborations with Project Melody. Jesus fucking Christ. I just need to find where this switch is basically... There it is. Lovely. Need to duplicate this one more time. Lovely. Why did Belle Delphine do a Shatman cosplay? That's very, very fucking weird. We have to do all of this shit in tandem with the Chris Tyson shit. Son of a bitch. I need my Reddit account. Don't want to always rely too much on the cheat sheet that I have, quote unquote, for all of this. Perfect. I want some examples. Keemstar calling him out. From what I'm seeing here, it seems like the YouTube drama subreddit does not seem all that fucking cringe. They call out transphobia constantly? That's crazy. Maybe Reddit is not completely cooked, and it's just certain bad apples in Reddit that are actually really, really bad. No snark posts and zero tolerance to hate speech and slurs. I was not really expecting this from r/YouTube drama. That's impressive. I'm very much so impressed by that. I'm not gonna lie. Just need some examples of the YouTube thumbnails. Exist. May need to use the cheat sheet again for the thumbnail itself. Can't really find the thumbnail.
Hello, guys and gals.
Post Nux clarity. Perfect. This will have to get censored, probably in the YouTube video. But that's fine, that's easy. Maybe we'll just put a much bigger black bar. Should be fine on Twitch. Because I will not be holding onto the VOD. And that is fine. Do the same on YouTube. Well, private the VOD, rather. I do not unlist all my YouTube VODs. I don't. Boy Meets Mini. I do have them all in a playlist. For sure. When I used to do, like, something really, really stupid instead, basically what I did was I would export the Twitch VOD to YouTube. Don't know why I did that, because I was just like, why don't I just multi-stream instead so I don't have to keep doing that? It's just such a waste. It takes so long. It's a waste of time. I had no idea why I did that. It's very strange. Okay, so the final thing that I want... That is true, Boy and Spinny. Do I want to get... Okay, perfect. So I don't want the entirety of the video. We'll just keep it there for the posterity's sake, but I just want clips. Because I don't want to go through the whole fucking thing. Fuck that. Lovely. The Buddha Heart 1080. That's funny. I'll get to Rosa's Desu probably one day, because that's a very, very target-rich environment. Actually, this is perfect. This is another thing I was exactly looking for. Do I have everything I want now, I think? Yeah, I think I got everything I need now. Lovely. Only have to use the one reference thing once. Not bad. This one's gonna be a bit of a long one. Click, click, click. Drag, drag, drag. Lovely. All right. Shall we take it away now? Ladies, gentlemen, and those in between. Episode 6. 6? 6. Should be episode 6. I'm bad at remembering numbers. Of Attack on Grifters. Our next target that we're going to be examining and taking a look at is the VTuber and general conservative grifter, Nuxtaku. Now, I have talked about Nux multiple times before on my channel, and he is, if we are to say, simply put, what he is now, a conservative grifter. Now, we're going to get into the whole timeline of events like I normally do in these videos for as to what has led Nuxtaku into the particular position for him essentially becoming a grifter. Because he wasn't always like this, of course, right? He used to be more of an anime YouTuber before he became a VTuber. He used to have like the little 2D avatar that people would speak through. You know the format, right? It's a classic style, classic format from back on the olden days of Gamergate and whatnot, with like Armored Skeptic and whatnot, all those individuals in particular. So Nux has been at it for a long time. He used to do a bunch of like, I guess like edgy sort of like anime trailers talking about anime. He also did a bunch of video essays into anime as well. Something which, from what I understand, a bunch of his audience wanted him to sort of return to and was criticizing him like not that long ago for wanting to have like a sort of return to, because it's like, man, instead of like generally engaging in like a niche sort of topic that he used to be quite good at, talking about like anime and doing like video essays about anime and whatnot, instead of like just doing that, he decided to do like the sort of like most bottom of the barrel, basement tier sort of content on the planet. Now, I understand why individuals who were old fans of Nuxtaku were probably upset about this. I can get that, right? The sort of like formulaic, ideal sort of way of being able to produce content. But unfortunately, and we're going to be doing some cucked lefty analysis and shit, okay? This is an explicitly political channel, but I like to look into these sort of like reasonings for as to why people become grifters and sort of like deconstruct these things. The attention economy is a bitch, and you must have very highly calculated formulaic data in order to be able to have eyeballs and retention onto your videos as much as possible. For what express purpose? In order to be able to monetize those videos, to push as much AdSense as possible, to make as much money as possible. Right? Like, I'm just... this is just me getting on my soapbox and sort of preaching here. Yada, yada, yada. I assume these individuals probably understand that. I'm just getting on my soapbox here. So yeah, he used to just do a bunch of like anime sort of videos where he would just like talk about like animes and I guess like make like sarcastic trailers, make like parodies of trailers. He eventually started doing video essays into anime, being more critical, critiquing anime and stuff like. Well, maybe not critiquing anime, probably like broaching topics within anime and just like talking about anime in general. But then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked, and he decided to become a VTuber. One of the more, well, not like, I was going to say like early adopters of VTubing. I guess that's like technically true, but this was right around the time where VTubers and VTubing was generally blowing up as a medium. And there was a bit of a change in his content here, where he, as the old fans are sort of saying here, the fact that he basically just fell off and started doing like more highly formulaic content that is meant to be very easily approachable and very sort of SEO beneficial, such that it gets very, very easily pushed within the algorithm, yada, yada, yada. He would always like pay a bunch of people to bait them into doing like a bunch of like sussy shit and stuff like that. He has done a lot of, looking through his like entire archive, he has done a lot of fucking collabs with Project Melody, which is kind of wild. But basically he would just say like, oh, I don't know, do X cursed thing and then I'll give you like $1,000 or some shit. I think he's also had like ones where he said he was like baiting people to say the N-word or some shit, or like trying to make people expose their porn history or some shit in order to get like a quote unquote, I guess, like funny reaction or whatever. I guess like that's like the sort of point of the data of the video. But explicitly speaking, he has basically completely and utterly decided to move away from the sort of more video essay style sort of content. And I kind of understand that sort of position here, because right around that time, that sort of like, I guess, medium was starting to sort of die off. Like lefty breadtubers were just kind of like no longer a thing. And that's mostly going to be the frame of reference that I have here in particular, simply just due to the fact that that's what I am most familiar with, right? That's when it was like starting to sort of die off, because the not necessarily like the quality, but more like the quantity of the essays that were just coming out, and more so that YouTube wanting to push more like very easily clickbaity, quick, easy, get as much easy retention as possible style videos to push as much advertising as possible, right? Like, we are all sort of like broadly aware here of the YouTube monetization system, right? But this is like a sort of like timeline of events. It's not that Nux has not had also his controversies, because he's kind of a little bit of an edgy boy. He had some cancellations for using basically a very antiquated term for trans people, aka traps, of course. Very, very antiquated term. He had some criticisms for that. He's also had, I guess, like accusations of him being racist thrown against him, of him also being, I think also homophobic, I believe, as well. And those didn't necessarily really stick all that well, because he sort of just like played it off, said like, this is fucking bullshit, what you're saying is stupid, and I don't really give much of a flying fuck what any of you people have to say. So it mostly didn't really go anywhere. Now, Nux is a piece of shit. Let's not lie. He is an obvious pile of garbage, even as said in this Reddit thread here. Basically, his whole persona is built upon taking advantage of other people and screwing them over, which is exactly what he was tried to do probably with those initial videos. From what I understand, I believe it even made some claims here that he's spread a bunch of misinformation about Kier Coco's graduation. It's never really a good thing. He's spreading general misinformation. We're going to get back to that point on misinformation because he seems to do that very, very, very often. He used to do a lot of content centered around tournaments where VTubers and the occasional IRL streamer would test their knowledge of degen culture, which is the thing that he was trying to pay thousands of dollars in order to make the people sort of expose themselves about, right? I actually found a few of my favorite streamers through that. However, all the ones I watch now haven't done any content with him in a while, probably for good reason. Also, he's heavily involved in the launch of the Mythos VTuber group, and the one that has Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, Apollo, and Ares. Oh, okay. Why was he heavily involved in the launch of a? I don't think it really matters. Who necessarily? I saw some stuff about that specifically, but it was just like not necessarily like, I don't know, interesting, right? He was one of those guys that advocated be toxic to toxic people mentality until I realized that following that was super tiring, which in turn made me tired of watching him, so I just ignored the toxic people as much as I can, and I feel like I'm a bit happier for that. Well, we love that for certain people. Right, so what I'm essentially trying to find here is I believe his model was also plagiarized, I believe, and it's indicated, I believe, in also this this Reddit thread, that he had his model. Or might have been a different Reddit thread. I don't remember 100% for real. But his model was also allegedly plagiarized based off of a Sans Undertale sort of fan art. And allegedly, this is shit from like years ago. He did not give any credit for that, which, shitty behavior there by Nux. Some examples of shitty behavior. But why don't we get into the actual sort of meat and potatoes, right? This is again, just a quick sort of go through of the sort of introduction to Nux. So basically his whole shtick is that he's basically kind of an asshole, right? Boisterous, loud, stupid, annoying, blah, 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 blah. V-Shoujo. Now, for those who may not know, V-Shoujo was a large Western VTubing talent agency. Basically, think of it as like Machinima, but for anime girls. If you know, you know, right? And basically, Nuxtaku was involved in the sort of drama, not drama, but the investigation that was being done by someone who was trying to dox VTubers and was masquerading as V-Shoujo in order to do that. Genuinely fucking shitty behavior. I believe the main target of the individual was Neoners, who was one of the original sort of talents who debuted with V-Shoujo, and somebody else. I think I want to say it was Saki Nightshade, who also got a email thinking that she was about to join V-Shoujo specifically, but in reality it was that, well, a fake V-Shoujo person who was who was basically asking for a bunch of personal information, which is okay, that's a little suspicious and a little weird. Why do you need all this PII for some reason in order to have me start as a talent on your talent agency? That's a little strange. Over an email? That's strange. And from what I understand, I don't think anyone sort of got doxxed as a result of this. And it was, honestly, for lack of a better term, it kind of devolved into a bit of a shit show. So apparently, from what I understand, and if you're confused by this, I'm also sort of confused by this as well. Nuxtaku was going to release a video at the, I was going to say, behest of V-Shoujo, right? V-Shoujo was approving of these actions, saying thank you, Nux, for working with us. We've added our response to the events. So he was in I believe just to get the DMs real quick. The a Discord call, a Discord group, specifically with one of the VShojo girls. I know that a bunch of people speculated that this was a Project Melody, I believe. Again, no evidence of that whatsoever. The Gun Run, who is the CEO of VShojo, I believe Phoenix here is the head of cybersecurity of VShojo, and obviously Nux himself. And just again, to talk about what the highlighting is, because I think this is a pretty good thread. Highlighter notes, again, this is Nux ignoring VShojo's warnings. Blue, Nuxtaku ignored the corrections of the VShojo team, and yellow being VShojo has to write the statement carefully so as to not anger anyone. So again, there was a bunch of different DMs between multiple talents of VShojo, not to mention also the head of cybersecurity within VShojo saying, dog, like, you need to be fucking careful, man. Like, we're warning you that some of the details that you have done in this video that you're going to release talking about the doxing situation, someone impersonating us in order to be able to, well, dox and swat a bunch of our talents, it's great that you're working with us, but we have some problems with the video. Do not release the video. What does Nux do? He releases the fucking video. And as a byproduct and as a result, a lot of the VShojo girls were not happy about this. I believe this is Neoners, I think, if I recall correctly, that she was the one of the main targets of the swatter in particular, along with the other person. I'm assuming it's... I don't know if they were specifically targeting Saki Nightshade, but Saki Nightshade also got an email as well from VShojo talking about this attempted sort of like doxing attempt and swatting attempt, and basically a whole bunch of people were not really happy about this. Like, VShojo was forced into making a statement on the matter. I think this is Neoners again, speaking on the matter. After asking him repeatedly to not release this video, they had to issue corrections to the video since he would not, and there were several inaccuracies within the video, and had to word the statement carefully to not anger his large following and make us a target for even more harassment. Because at this point, Nuxtaku was sort of doing his more like idiotic, edgy sort of like bait content creators to do X thing over and over and over again because it would have been really funny to do this. Most of the audiences that those sort of videos and types of communities tend to build tend to be really fucking shitty ones, for lack of a better term, and generally speaking is what I have described before as sort of heinous behavior, heinous tuber behavior, or heinous streamer behavior, which is basically like doing anything possible in order to get clicks, doing anything possible in order to get sort of like prominence on whatever platform, Twitch that he streamed on, YouTube, which he made videos for, yada yada yada, right? Like, genuinely, this is like pretty shitty fucking behavior. Again, Project Melody also was incredibly upset about this, understandably so, for the fact that Nux decided to have like this really sort of like reckless way forward into all of this, and some of the inaccuracies that VShojo was pointing out. And if you're confused by this, it's also like a little weird. So apparently, Nux received a message from an impersonator who was pretending to be VShojo asking for his information, but the impersonator decided to post that info in a Discord chat that apparently one of his fans was a part of that chat, and then decided to release and say that, or basically snitch on the group to Nux. And that was the whole sort of the basis for Nuxtaku's video. Remember when I mentioned misinformation and not going in necessarily with a full deck of cards? Nuxtaku does that very often, and this is a pretty much perfect example, the whole VShojo drama. Like, I believe, again, this is Nuxtaku himself talking about the cybersecurity/doxing incident. I tried loading the Google Doc, it didn't load, and basically all the VShojo girls, the former VShojo girls, were pissed about this. Iron Mouse was pissed about this. Hime Hajime pissed about this. Nyanners pissed about this. Zen was pissed about this. Fruit, I believe, also made a post about this. And, of course, Project Melody, who was, well, one of Nuxtaku's, I think, like, friends? Oldest collaborators? What have you. I'm not 100% certain what their relationship is. Not that it's necessarily 100% relevant. And now, of course, we're going to skip forward here a little bit specifically. Mostly because it still pertains to VShojo stuff in particular. This is Nuxtaku talking about Iron Mouse being a fucking backstabber. Nux, you literally, I think, admitted that the video itself that you were releasing about the whole VShojo attempted doxer was, in of itself, also just not 100% representative, and that you were not operating on, like, perfect information. And we have evidence and proof of people working within VShojo, the head of cybersecurity, saying, like, dude, do not release this video. It's going to put us in a really awkward position because the information that you have here is not 100% accurate. Because VShojo itself was also, again, doing its own investigation, right? The thing is, in particular with this situation, is I don't think necessarily what Nux is trying to do here was 100% bad. I think it's mostly a byproduct of a lot of just really, really poor communication, right? And him just basically pulling the trigger on something that he should not have. He pulled the trigger on something that was, like, way, way too early, right? You know, was his heart in the right place? We can probably make that sort of argument. I don't necessarily disagree with that because I don't think he was, like, trying to release that with malintent. Because I have seen the video in the past of what people are talking about. I don't think there was malintent behind it. He just decided to pull the trigger a little too early. And VShojo itself also bears some responsibility here as well for this in particular by sending rather mixed signals and communicating very poorly. I think I've talked about this before in the whole sort of like VShojo sort of collapse, where VShojo has very often had a lot of problems with communication in the past, right? But here, this was something that was very, very recent. Now, Iron Mouse, for those who don't know, formerly of VShojo, of course, one of the most popular streamers on the planet, one of the most popular VTubers as well, for sure, has basically gotten a harassment during it was during the Streamer Awards, right? Streamer Awards, right? Where two other... I mean, I'm trying to think of what the best way to describe these two individuals are. Like heinous streamers or something? I don't fucking know. Rakai and Ray. Two IRL streamers, basically two byproducts of AMPing Kai Cenat. I guess they're acolytes of Kai Cenat specifically, and they're heinous streamers, right? They go around, they're annoying, they harass people, blah, 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 blah. You know the sort of type, right? And they decided to go up specifically to Iron Mouse while she was at the Streamer Awards, right? And the main problem that people were having with Iron Mouse, a nonsensical problem that people were having with Iron Mouse. Okay, I will show my bias here. I don't really give much of a shit at all about that situation in particular. Not necessarily talking about Nux at the moment, although, you know, we'll get to Nux further and further along, of course. The whole sort of like situation with what Ray and Rakai was like, they ran up to her. They know the sort of communities that Ray and Rakai have under their sort of wing, and they are inherently hostile to VTubers. Iron Mouse has had experience in dealing with that situation in the past, specifically with who? Aiden fucking Ross, during that whole drama of when Iron Mouse broke, I believe it was Kai Cenat's record. Again, there's no ill will to Kai here. in particular here. Kai Cenat was just like, oh, Iron Mouse broke my record. Listen, she ran a great subathon. She did a good job. She beat my record. That means I'm just going to have to set a new record. And he did set a new record. You know, a good job, Kai, for, I don't know, essentially promoting friendly competition. 2 claps. And now he's trying to get better at speaking, reading more, and, I don't know, doing general sort of self-improvement and stepping away from streamer. 2 more claps. Good job, Kai. Good for you for wanting to improve and, I don't know, gain some more knowledge, open your mind, blah, 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 blah. You know, 2 more claps for Kai. Right. So, Iron Mouse has, like, experience dealing with these IRL streamers, the sort of, like, W community, from a part of Twitch. Basically a bunch of like TikTokers who came over from TikTok to start streaming on Twitch and brought over their communities right around the time of like late pandemic sort of time. You know, like I think Queso is also one of these individuals in particular. He's one of the biggest, talents on the platform of Twitch in particular. Queso is gigantic, right? And he used to be a TikToker, right? Made TikToks, I don't know about what. He made TikToks, started streaming, was successful, yada yada yada. So Iron Mouse has dealt with Queso is wholesome. Yes, I'm not trying to like throw in Queso into all of this. Queso is good people. I'm not saying he's like the same as like these people with the heinous yada yada yada. I'm mostly talking about all the people who came over from TikTok, because obviously not everyone is hecking wholesome, big, epic chungus like Queso, right? He's just the biggest example that comes up immediately in my mind. Disclaimer. So Iron Mouse has had experience with these people before. There was a very, very good Sea-Dog VA, obvious known friend of Iron Mouse, video talking about this sort of like drama that happened because of Iron Mouse breaking Kai Cenat's subathon sort of record. And it's a video that I've also talked about on this platform. The price of internet anonymity. Essentially going into that whole sort of drama and mostly shitting on fucking Aiden Ross for being a pile of garbage, and the sort of like proto-development of the general sort of philosophical stance that I like to take when doing my analysis in terms of, well, situations, generally speaking. And that's, of course, the death of subjectivity. The whole idea that basically people are just wholeheartedly incapable of fitting in another person's shoes. People can't think subjectively. They can't think 3 steps ahead. They are incapable of critical thinking, and there's a lot of complicated socioeconomic reasons for that. We don't have the time to get into that. I just wanted to do a quick little blurb on how I sort of think about things, because I do feel like it's important. Probably should have done that in the intro. Whatever, we're here now. Yada, yada, yada. So, Nux. We coming off of that whole sort of harassment wave, rather, that Iron Mouse, not Nux, Iron Mouse was having about, it was like on Instagram and on TikTok, where she was not really able to sort of post on those platforms in particular, because she would just get harangued and harassed by a bunch of these, like, honestly fucking troglodytes. I don't know what other word is probably the best to put this as. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Ray and Rakai just coming up to her and just asking rather very personal and invasive questions, talking about like where is she at, and she tried to play it off because Iron Mouse is basically putting it in a lose-lose situation. She can't win. Either she answers the question honestly and they clown on her for that, or she makes a joke out of all of it, and those communities are going to clown on her for that anyways, either way, right? Like, so it was a situation that she was put in where there was just basically nothing she could do, right? So she obviously felt uncomfortable. She wanted to leave the situation because it's just like, I don't want to fucking answer these questions, man. Like, I just don't want to. Because if she says that, that also makes her look bad. It doesn't really matter. Like, it was one of those things where I think the streamer's name is Agent, saying, like, it's like, you guys aren't being fucking assholes here, or something, right? Because, like, those two teenagers, basically, Ray and Rakai, although I think, like, Ray was, like, 20 at the time, acts like a fucking teenager, in my personal opinion. We're basically asking in a very invasive, like, potential, like, PII sort of questions of a VTuber. It kind of makes sense why she probably doesn't want to really reveal her sort of, like, location. She's like, yeah, I'm at home. It's like, what do you mean you're, like, at home, blah, 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 and shit like that. It's just like, okay, dude, she's at home, she's chilling, because she can't leave the house, because if she were to leave the house, she would probably get sick, because she has an immune deficiency disorder. This is how it is, bro. Like, I cope and fucking seethe. But unfortunately, Ray and Rakai weren't getting that, and I don't know. This whole, like, discourse was, like, so fucking stupid. I'm probably going to stick my video about this in the description, because it was really dumb. A bunch of people went after Iron Mouse for, like, literally no reason. Mostly, like, dumb fuck low IQ kick streamers went after her for no reason. XQC also went after her for literally no reason. And it was a whole, like, drama cycle with also Burnt Peanut, who's also a piece of shit, winning VTuber of the Year. The Streamer Awards this year was a complete fucking shit show. I just feel it necessary, because I've been going on way too long about this at this point. I feel it necessary to overall make a summary for all of this, to talk about this, well, why this fucking dipshit over here, Nuxtaku, is calling her a fucking backstabber. So what? Why do you think everyone in VShojo tried to stab me in the back, including some people on my screen right now, Iron Mouse? It's because they wanted to appeal to people. Oh, this guy's controversial, he's bad, let's join on the dog pile. Nux, that is an incredibly self-centered and delusional way of engaging this, when, like, literally unironically, everyone in the organization and all the talents were saying to you, do not release this. Please don't fucking release this. There are some problems here. And you're going to put VShojo in a rather uncomfortable fucking position. But Nux, just like the fucking conservative that he is wholeheartedly incapable of taking any fucking responsibility for any of his actions. Or I shouldn't just say conservative. Boisterous asshole that he is incapable of being able to take any responsibility for any of his actions.
A lot of people are saying that I'm basically trying to appeal to people, appease people, fit in with people, that I'm trying...
Yeah, you're a streamer. Almost everyone in this giant Twitch orgy is just doing everything they can to appeal to people. Are you kidding me?
Nux, problem with your fucking logic immediately. That's literally every content creator on the fucking planet. Yeah, the point is to try to appease a certain subsect of people in order to be able to monetize your channel and to be able to make a living off of this. No fucking shit, dude. That's kind of the point of engaging in fucking social media nowadays.
You gotta stop with this, man. Bro, you gotta not care what people say a little
By the way, I think this is like the same argument that I think Tectone made. It's also just as fucking stupid. Every sort of like conservative sort of grifter type that Nux is now, because we are in the time frame of 2025 where Nux is in his conservative grifter arc. Again, I will not be sort of engaging in that mode of analysis before that in particular, but at this point in time, I will be engaging in that form of analysis, because now he is doing his, like, conservative dipshit sort of grift. Again, we'll get into the reasons for as to more than likely why he's doing the conservative grift then in particular. But Nux, that's basically the point of being a content creator, that is to appeal to certain either niches, audiences, or even like a general sort of broader audience in order to be able to make content and push things that people would like to watch. Yeah, like, that's a good point, Boy Meets Many. Like, okay, Nux, why do you care so much about what Mouse said about you then? That's, again, why do you care about this then? Like, Nux, you engage, broadly speaking, in a social environment where it is about being personable to individuals. You're a boisterous asshole, so guess who you appeal to? Boisterous assholes and 14-year-olds. So, crazy, I know. Like, an Iron Mouse has always been. I think she's always just been kind of like a wholesome streamer. Like, wholesome, she's always said, like, her only objective in streaming is to try to find friends, quote-unquote, and people to interact with. Obviously, that's been massively successful for her. She is one of the biggest Western VTubers on the planet. So, and you're more busy making, like, a dumbass fucking Hassan videos every 3 fucking seconds in order to, I don't know, titillate the brains of the dumbass audience that you currently have right now because of a lot of the stuff that we're going to go into. But again, Nux, yeah, welcome to social media. This is how it fucking works.
A little bit. All right, become your own person. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my God! Of course.
How do you know she's not her own person? I don't think you're your own person, right? Like, we all know why you're even more of like an aggressive asshole against like Islam, for example, and it's because. I don't know if it's his cousin or one of his family members got killed during the operation that Israel was fucking doing in Gaza while they were just turning Palestinian children and babies and mothers and families into fucking mulch. So, again, like, If you want to just like defend fucking abhorrence, then just own that shit, dude. But you'll just like pretend not to do that shit. Again, you're just a fucking grifter, bro.
Of course you're trying to appeal to people. Why do you think everyone in V Shoujo stabbed me in the back, including some people on my screen right now? Why do you think everyone stabbed me in the back in the day? It's because they wanted to appeal with people. They wanted to get in. Oh, this guy's controversial. He's bad. Let's join on the dog pile. Like, are we kidding? Are we serious?
A lot of people were saying that.
Buddy, you were told not to release the video, that you'd have to put V Shoujo in a really tough position as a result of that, and, well, this is why they decided to fucking drop you like a rock, because again, all the talents said, you fucked up here, don't fucking do this, what do you fucking... Like, literally Project Melody was, I assumed, one of your fucking friends for a very, very long time. Was extremely fucking disappointed in your actions. Which, understandable, right? And, again, this is why you're fucking pissed about this. The fact that Iron Mouse was just like, bro, the fuck is wrong with you? I'm really disappointed. Why the fuck would you do this? Like, that's why you're fucking mad about this. Like, get bent? Yeah, just get bent about this, bro. Like, nice meme. Moving on, of course. We're going to go into the next sort of bit of hot water. I understand it says V Shoujo here, okay? Like, listen... This sort of quote-unquote master archive here by a individual here known as Royalty is Here generally does like a lot of coverage of sort of like streamer drama and news and shit like that. This is a very, very solid video in general. I mostly just wanted to get a summary of the next sort of topic that we will be going into, and that is Bungo Taiga. Remember that word that I mentioned earlier known as misinformation and not operating with a full deck of cards? We're going to get into that here.
Boxing and swatting people. But the next one is something I've spoken about before, so I'll give you the cliff notes. But it's one that Nux regards as his biggest mistake, and one that took around 2 years to somewhat conclude.
And I made a huge fuck up, without hyperbole.
Okay, starting immediately with quote-unquote this awful situation, I think video is the reference here. I mostly didn't want to just like to play this video in general because again, this video does do a very, very good job. Yeah, look at me, the dude sort of like good job in terms of like building a timeline of events. I was like, yeah, look at me doing pre-watching a particular video in order to do that. No, I wanted to do that myself, okay? Fuck off. It's just that I was looking for some of the particular screenshots that was had here. Most of them was fucking deleted, so I couldn't do that, so I'm using this as essentially a master archive as my sort of emergency button in case I need some fucking shit, right? So that's kind of the point. But here. This is specifically the situation here where Nux essentially got, I don't think they go by Bungo Taiga anymore, but I think it's Taigaholic X, right? Another VTuber. Nux often refers to them as a he. I'm not sure if it's like femboy or if they're a woman. I think they're a femboy. I could be completely wrong about this. Someone can correct me. Please do. I'm not sure. I'm going to be quite honest. I'm going to operate under the assumption that they're a femboy. I'm just going to use they. You know what? They. I'm just saying they. So for Taiga, because I don't know. I have no idea. But so Bungo Taiga X, aka Taigaholic X, got banned by YouTube. Their channel was fucking terminated, if I were to take a guess, by Nuxtaku fans, because Nuxtaku accused Taigaholic of being a pedophile on a video specifically with Penguin Zoe. I would have played that video initially, but Nux edited out the Taigaholic section, so we can't play that part of the video. So I don't have... We'll get there, Boy Meets Mini. The Royalty is Here video gets into that. The sort of like section that we'd be looking for is gone. So no point in sort of covering that if the main sort of actual clip in video is just not there anymore. I would prefer to just take a quick look and see exactly what is, I suppose, happening, for lack of a better term, in terms of what Nux is saying to try to remedy the situation, because, spoiler alert, he didn't do a good job with it.
Oh my god, a YouTuber complaining about YouTube's policy changes? What is it, Tuesday? No, but it is serious note. This is a serious video. A lot of YouTubers, a lot of VTubers especially, a lot of friends of mine, and a lot of not-so-friends of mine have gotten banned on YouTube lately. It's been a little bit crazy, a little bit hectic. I hate the rule changes, and we're gonna be talking about it, not just because rules are being changed, but because YouTube's rules are not enforced fairly. They never have been, they probably never will be, and I don't think this video itself will change anything. I just hope it amplifies the...
Welcome to making a platform on a private for a private company, rather, that is a mega big fucking oligarchic like tech company. Welcome to that shit, dude.
That are screaming in the darkness, and hopefully, maybe, possibly, YouTube could rectify some of the terrible decisions they've been making in regards to enforcing their policies. There are two types of YouTube bans, okay? There is YouTube's copyright section, where they will give you copyright strikes if you violate the copyright or whatever, and then there are the community guideline strikes. Community guideline strikes can come from all sorts of things, whether it's like some guy on YouTube is doing lately trying to torture himself and stay awake for 12 days straight, which Mudahar just covered in a video, so that got a strike for promoting self-harm, but community guideline strikes also super often is not just in regards to self-harm or incredibly edgy content, but sexual content is super duper under the YouTube radar, and YouTube is trying their very best to nuke that. Other notable cases of community guideline strikes that happens a lot are, you know, misinformation, especially when it's dangerous misinformation. Sneeko made a lot of really...
Nux. I'm surprised that fucking Nuxtaku still has a fucking like 2 channels at this point, because of that, because this motherfucker spreads misinformation on the daily. Again, like, no real arguments to what he's saying here, but I just think that's a funny little tidbit to just, like, throw in there, okay? Because, I mean, what he's saying here isn't wrong. Like, he's just right. It's like, yeah, like, nothing to really critique here or go into. But, yeah, YouTube's system is pretty dog shit. It honestly, like, when was this video released? Yeah, it was about a year ago. It's only gotten worse now because no human really checks any of the appeals that are made, and would just prefer to just be like, meh, whatever, we're just gonna have our bot take care of all this stuff.
Awful, disgusting comments about raping other content creators, but that's not what got him banned. He got banned for misinformation. Yeah, the YouTube system is weird and it's broken and it'll never be perfect, but we aim to try. We strive to make the world a better place.
That's true,
Someone
Boy
has
Meets
been
Mini.
abused both by the copyright system and the community guideline system multiple times in the past, trying to navigate myself through that. As much as possible, I felt like I really wanted to make this video and talk about it with an inside perspective of all the awful nightmare scenarios that a lot of people are going through. Now, I want to preface by saying, if anyone...
I think I currently have both types of warnings on my channel. I think I have one for content ID because of talking about a Jubilee video. Okay, fair enough. And then another one where I was basically laughing at the opinions of a young Gen Z Republican and making fun of the fact that she was saying shit in support of Hitler. The quote was so fucking stupid. But unfortunately, YouTube decided to keep that ban in place, saying, like, no, actually, our enforcement here was correct. Watch this video instead about not being an extremist. I'm like, you can clearly see in the context that I posted that it doesn't matter. But whatever, YouTube. That's very cool.
issues with the YouTube copyright system, someone is trying to abuse them, let's say, and bully them into silence with false copyright strikes and trying to get their private information and all that, YouTube actually does do a very good job at trying to help them if they get in contact with them. If you or someone you know is having that problem, try to reach out to me. Maybe I can try my best to put you in contact with people to try to work that out. A good friend of mine, best guy ever, recently had his entire channel taken down by YouTube because of copyright abuse, and we actually worked it out. We got it back. It worked.
I have a lot of people to thank for it, such as Nux and Mark, who are here today, so I can say arigato gozaimasu.
When it comes to community
Epic
guideline
gamer.
violation bans, you're unless you can stir up some sort of storm that'll make YouTube change its mind, there's really nothing you can do because it's completely arbitrary. When it comes to copyright abuse, someone is abusing the copyright system.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I will agree with Nux here. People very often will abuse YouTube's copyrights system all the time. Unironically, I got this also pertains to Nux and Sargon, of all people, because since conservatives don't give a fuck at all about the principles of free speech, I got a false copyright strike, not copyright strike, but a false community guideline strike on my video talking about Warhammer, and saying why Nux and Sargon of Akkad's opinions, their political opinions, should not be welcomed within Warhammer specifically. And it obviously got all the very low IQ, Sargon fans got all their fucking panties in a twist, where they're just basically talking about, yeah, they brigaded 1000%. I wouldn't be surprised if someone found the video, posted it somewhere, and said, like, let's brigade this asshole and just swamp him in fucking reports and make him leave, give him a fucking strike. YouTube, through its automated system, did overturn that appeal. They saw that it was a, fake strike. 2 claps YouTube. Mostly because it benefited me. Hooray me. But that is a perfect example right there of people abusing YouTube's reporting system, right? Because again, how it generally works, and it's the same on Twitch, it's the same on all of these platforms, there are millions of videos and VODs and things being uploaded per second. Lots and lots and lots of content is being consistently uploaded and streamed every second of every single day. No human is going to have enough time to be able to go through all of that. Totally fair, understandable. So they have bots to do that instead, right? Makes sense so far. Just logistically speaking, of course. The problem is that the policies for as to how the bots work is if it just gets a bunch of reports on someone, then it just does a blanket sort of policy and just does a ban based off of that, and you have to go through the appeal system, and generally speaking, the appeal system is also complete dog shit, unless you make a fucking shitstorm, more often than not. But sometimes it works, like it did with that false strike that I got on my channel because of a bunch of triggered Sargon fans being triggered about the fact that I said that Sargon doesn't know shit about chaos, doesn't know anything about the goals of the Imperium, and barely knows anything about Warhammer lore in general, and is just using Warhammer as a medium in order to push his sort of political agenda, which was the point of the video, which conservatives were purposefully being obtuse about. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. I think they all should be gate-kept from the hobby. Fuck those people, right? And also the fact that Sargon was also defending the Nazi who showed up with a swastika t-shirt to an official Games Workshop. I hate my dyslexia. Sanctioned tournament, playing, of course, as the Imperium in a swastika t-shirt, and was told to leave. And where the Games Workshop officially themselves were just like, we do not tolerate this bullshit. They can fuck off. And this dumbass over here, Nuxtaku, was saying, Games Workshop is parroting the position of chaos. I don't know why why it needs to be said. That is incredibly stupid, but I digress. I'm going off on a little bit of a fucking tangent ramble again. I tend to do that very often. ADHD, I probably have it. Whatever. Who cares? Moving on. What Nux is saying here about all the sort of inner workings of YouTube's copyright system and also reporting system is correct. And very often a bunch of, let's just say, nefarious actors will use that for their own sort of ends and goals in order to be able to use it as a weapon to silence people they don't like.
Which is a legal system, so YouTube could maybe potentially step in if they recognize that it's being done abusively. When it comes to community guidelines, it is purely up to the whims of the YouTube reviewers, and it is fucked up. So today, in this video, we're going to be talking about a few friends of mine that got banned due to the community guideline system, where unfortunately there's nothing that I know of that could be done aside from the storm option, which is why we are going down the storm path, people. First things first, I wanted to talk...
Okay, so he's going to talk about a bunch of other people. I mostly want to get to the Bungo Taiga situation, right? Retroactively judging controls? I'm not sure what that means 100%. Unfair treatment of VTubers, so he's probably going to talk about how VTubers, generally speaking, get unfair treatment by a lot of platforms. I don't disagree with what Nux is more than likely going to be saying here, right? Twitch has a lot of really arbitrary, very, very strange guidelines and sort of positions in terms of what is required for certain, like, lengths of clothing for hips and shit like this, and like I don't know, like other sizes of clothing and whatnot. It's nonsensical. It's very fucking stupid, and it's just like a complete shitstorm that is not applied sort of consistently across, well, the platform. And that's generally speaking, a lot of the VTubers have had a problem with this. I don't disagree with them whatsoever. Honestly, like, get your shit together, Twitch. Like, just get your fucking shit together. I don't really know what else to say here. I mostly want to get to the Bungo Taiga situation here. That's what I mostly am here for.
To address the elephant in the room, I want to talk about the very wrongful termination of Bungo Taiga's YouTube channel and why I think spreading the word for him to get reinstated is very important. First, we must talk backstory. In July 2022, Taiga was accused of grooming, pedophilia, abusing his mods, racism, transphobia, asking for the lewds of a 17-year-old when he was 19, and commissioning Shota hentai, which is lolly porn of little anime boys, and being inappropriate with his community in regards to the Shota stuff. Now, this isn't a Bungo Taiga.
We're gonna also talk about, because Nuxtaku very often presented himself as an individual who basically would go after and would be very aggressive at going after lolicons. Great, fantastic. What if I were to tell you he's being completely fucking hypocritical about it? We'll get to it.
Taiga video. I'm just trying to set the stage so you understand basically the story here. But after these accusations dropped, Taiga left the internet for about 5 months, and I was on a video with Charlie where we were talking about corporate VTuber drama, like the HoloLive dramas and the Niji dramas before the Niji dramas really went nuclear. And when he asked me about Taiga, I said, I don't know the full story, but apparently he's a pedo. I was...
And there it fucking is. Right there, this whole sort of, I would say, lesson, let's just say. This whole overall sort of encapsulation. Right there. Nuxtaku will very often go into situations that he is not fully prepared for without a full deck of cards, and will very often spread misinformation. Or sometimes disinformation, but in this particular case, misinformation. He did not have the full sort of wherewithal to be able to look into everything about the Taigaholic or Bungo Taiga sort of situation, talking about how they were allegedly a pedophile, and from what I understand, he has been incredibly fucking whiff-waffly about this. We'll get back to the Royalty is Here video about this in particular, because Royalty is Here does a very, very good job talking about Nuxtaku's inconsistencies in terms of an apology.
Wildly irresponsible making a claim like that, as there was not sufficient evidence for that The DMs that were leaked were not of that And 2 months later, Taiga was exonerated of the grooming allegations by a private eye that he hired, and I made a huge fuck up. Without hyperbole, this was the biggest...
From what I understand, Bungo Taiga was having a lot of mental distress about this, and was also having to hire a bunch of people to look into this to prove that it was completely wrong, because... Listen, if you accuse someone of pedophilia or, you know, getting a bunch of fucking Shotokan or whatever, transphobia and all this other bullshit, right? You gotta come with some evidence. You gotta come with some fucking proof, right? You have to, because that is like the allegation to end all allegations. Although honestly, like even if someone is caught being like a pedophile, like EDP445, where he got catfished fucking twice. Bro still makes content on the fucking internet and still has an audience somehow. Not that I'm saying it's not bad. It's obviously bad, right? To be an abuser of children. But for whatever reason, most people just seemingly do not give a shit about that. Yeah, like these days, Boy Meets Mini, it seems like it gets fucking rewarded, which is psychotic to say.
mistake of my career, and I am deeply, deeply sorry for spreading misinformation and for causing any undue hate to be sent Taiga's way. I am sorry for how I handled that. I'm sorry for how I said it. I have tried to do better since then, and I will continue to try to do better in the future. Anywho, I immediately apologized to Taiga privately, as well as cut that portion out of the video. I added a pinned comment explaining my mistake. I also apologized again publicly on our podcast in the first 10 minutes of an episode, which, by the way, got way more views than the video where I originally peddled the false allegation. Maybe not sub-count-wise, but relevancy-wise, but somewhere in area.
Well, no. How it works, Nux, is that it doesn't matter if the original view gets more views. That shit spread all across fucking social media. And the problem is with just sending a private DM apologizing to Taiga is that most people are not going to know that and are still going to operate under the assumption that Taiga is a pedophile. Because you needed to make a fucking public statement about that. No one is going to go back to the pinned comment that you make on a fucking video about it. Because I saw the pinned comment on the video. I looked up the original video, of course, in preparation for all of this. But no one's gonna fucking do this. Like, nobody. Yeah, 1000% Boy Meets Mini. Like, Nuxtaku forgets about internet psychosis theory. Like, people still believe, in your example about Hassan and Kaya, there are people out there that still think that he shocked his dog. No, more than likely, what happened is he has a vibration collar that he decided to change from a shock collar for some reason. People looked into the type of collar that he has. It is either a shock or a vibration collar. He more than likely took out the shock feature out of that, made it a vibration collar only, and more than likely overcorrected on Kaya for some reason, and optically speaking, he looked like an asshole, and he fucked up there, right? In terms of the optics, yeah, Hassan looked really, really bad there. Did he do anything wrong? No, not really. He just overcorrected and scolded his dog for literally no reason. And that's really the only criticism that you can have there in particular, right? Otherwise, like, Neurodetergent, who is an individual that I have rated multiple times on my channel before, she has dealt with abused dogs before, and she looks at, thank you for the shout out, Boy Meets Mini, she's looked at how Kaya behaves herself, and she's just like, that's just not an abused dog, man. Any expert would look at that and would just be like, no, that dog is not abused, that is a well-loved dog.
Podcast was my biggest platform. I'll play the clip here because somehow people don't know this exists, and I regret it because he, you know, I don't know if it's true. He ended up coming back with some sort of response. I don't know, this guy Bungo Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that I even alleged something like that, and like because a friend told me. I believed him. Every time this topic.
And there's the other key point of this whole sort of section here. It's all about misinformation. If, again, Nux, if you are going to levy the accusation of somebody being a fucking pedophile, you gotta make sure you have your evidence, man. You gotta make sure that you have your chickens counted in a row before you say an allegation like that, right? That's fucking insane. When I say that the President of the United States is more than likely a fucking pedophile, or that he is a pedophile, the reason why we can sort of come to that conclusion is because of how many times his dumbass shows up in the Epstein files, and the fact that he is trying to do literally everything possible to either downplay it or cover it up, or was trying to do everything possible in order to downplay it or cover it up. And I think even in a recent interview where he was asked about the Epstein files, he got visibly upset. He was not, like, just even before that, anytime he was asked about the Epstein files, he would always get really fucking mad about it. Almost as if he really does not want anyone talking about it.
Came up, I apologize, be it in streams or videos, as I really do try to take accountability when I screw up. 2 years later, in the present day, it seems like the public narrative is, I never apologized publicly. This is untrue. It also is that I refuse to talk about this, and I'm sweeping it under the rug.
Well, no, the problem is, Nux, is that you apologize publicly later. What he's what he's not being accurate about here isn't the terms of the time frame. That podcast episode where he publicly apologized, like, came much, much later. At that point, the damage was already done. Yeah, he keeps waffling too. I'm not in there, but I'm only good in there for good things. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. Like, very, very waffly here.
also untrue. But also, in the wake of Taiga getting banned, people on YouTube seem to be blaming me for his unjust ban, which is wildly untrue as well. I think Taiga believes his channel was banned due to being mass reported by people harassing him, and I think that he thinks most of that harassment is coming from me. I very much don't believe either of those two things are the case. First of all, I don't think that
we don't have 100, well, like, Nux might be correct here, right? Like, I don't think what he's saying here is exactly inaccurate, because I think the termination of the YouTube account was, I think before the collaboration that he had with Moist Critical. He just decided to pour some kerosene on an already dead fire to light it back up, making the situation to try to appeal and try to get Taigaholic or Bungo Taiga's channel to return more of a monumental task than it already was before. But again, here's the thing. You need to have a responsibility in terms of all having the necessary necessary information that you need in order to be able to come up with certain fucking claims. Again, it's the V-Shoujo stuff all over again. This is a consistent pattern of behavior with Nux. He will very often not operate with a complete full deck of cards and then just put out something and say something based off of what either like someone in his ear says, or perhaps what like, cause the whole shtick within the V-Shoujo sort of video of the individual sort of impersonating and trying to dox I think it was Nyanners and someone else trying to impersonate V-Shoujo specifically to get a bunch of dox information on people in order to swat them, right? That was the goal, unironically. People were upset with you on this because you put out a video when everyone was saying, don't do this. Don't. We don't have full information here, and you're going to put us in a rather awkward position when we have to say a statement pulling back from this. Again, I'm blaming V-Shoujo more here because their communication was just not very, very good, but at some point, Nux, you also have to have like some potential wherewithal in of yourself to be like, okay, well, wait, hold on. They keep saying all of this like different stuff here. Maybe, just maybe, like the vibes are off here. It's a little sus, and I may have to just pull back and say like a statement saying like, listen, there's been some talks in the back. We're having some like communication problems. I'm not going to release the video until, well, we arrange a bunch of stuff with like V-Shoujo or whatever. Again, I don't like the whole thing specifically with the whole V-Shoujo sort of drama here with Nux is that it was a disorganized mess, and everyone's was just sort of like miscommunicating in particular with all of this. Like, again, more so I put most of the blame on V-Shoujo here as well, but Nux, you have to have some wherewithal in of yourself sometimes to recognize the vibe here might be a little off.
After 2 years of a tangential mention of Taiga, which I f***ed up, and I admit I f***ed up, and I am sorry for them. Plus, the retraction of that statement, and the apologies that I've made. I don't think it's my audience harassing Taiga right now. And second of all, I spoke to people at YouTube about bans due to mass reporting specifically. They told me direct mass reporting channels does not get them banned under any circumstances.
That's not 100% true. It depends on the size of the channel. It also depends on several other, because in the example that I pointed at before, that Warhammer video that I had that got a fucking strike on it did not really have that many views or likes. I'll be honest. It did not have that much interaction on it before, and I still got a fucking strike on that video. So it depends on the size of the channel. Again, all of these sort of social media platforms operate as a sort of caste system where very often the corporation will protect their larger content creators.
May put them under a microscope to be reviewed by YouTube reviewers, then for YouTube reviewers to decide about whether the channel should be banned or not, for whatever reason, but the mass reporting does not incite the ban. There are a lot more cases of a lot more prominent and hated content creators that are still on YouTube, and quite frankly, maybe shouldn't be. So I saw some sussy-wussy clips of Taiga floating around, which is why I personally believe that it probably was a termination due to sexual content. Especially because it lines very, very well up with all these other VTubers that are literally getting ass blasted by YouTube for sexual content, like Shy Lily's clip channel. Do you know that a lot of debuts for Hololive and Nijisanji end up getting their accounts locked for sexual content? In the VTuber agency Mythos Mythos, Apollo, and Hades, 2 content creators there, each got sexual content community guideline strikes on their channels for bull reasons, doing content that does already exist on YouTube, yet theirs got the strikes. Unfortunately, I think YouTube is very much dialing up its awful banning policy.
Okay, I believe that's the whole sort of like mentioning earlier in that initial thread we looked at, talking about the Mythos sort of drama in terms of the launch there. Again, like, I don't 100% I do not disagree with Nux here. Yeah, a lot of the sort of standards that YouTube and mostly social media platforms apply in terms of sexual content when it comes to VTubers. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bullshit. I don't disagree with that whatsoever, and I've talked shit about Twitch there. But again, here, back to royalty. The royalty is here video specifically. The problem here with Nux, and even just going into this sort of initial blurb here, is the fact that he is like sort of whiff-waffly on all of this, and royalties here goes more into detail on that.
This was the biggest mistake of my career, and I am deeply, deeply sorry for spreading misinformation.
A fellow VTuber by the name of Tiger had a document created about them alleging they were a predator. The document was produced by individuals that were previous mods and stalkers of Tiger, and in 2022, Nux made a video with Moist Critical going over VTuber drama. Moist didn't know about a lot of these VTubers or dramas.
And also the reasoning for as to why I wanted to refer to this video in particular is because it's got the original clip. I wanted the original clip, I'll be honest.
The video was essentially Nux giving a tour through the many controversies of the VTuber community and explaining them. However, he does eventually get to Tiger and says he doesn't know much about the situation, but then continues to convey the message they were a predator. And with someone like Moist Critical in the video, a lot of people saw it.
Again, Moist Critical, I think right now has about 17 million subscribers. He is one of the biggest content creators on the platform. Saying that to a ginormous audience like that is, like I said before, that is incredibly fucking irresponsible.
Is this HoloLive?
No, Taiga is an indie streamer who, I don't know the whole story, but Taiga was outed to be a
Now Taiga was a...
Yeah, and that was Taiga there for a quick second saying like, oh, I wonder why my whole sort of attempt to get my platform back was made much more difficult. Because Nux just spread some misinformation there. Explicit misinformation there. Again, the whole analogy of operating without a full deck of cards comes here yet again. Where he was basically saying like, oh yeah, I'm not 100% certain, but I think that this was the case. And that this exactly happened. When it turns out Taiga exonerated themselves.
Exonerated from these claims a few months later.
Thank you, royalty.
Pin a comment regarding the Tiger situation under the video, and he even removed that part in the video. He also...
But like I said before, this is basically completely ineffective, even when Nux was saying, like, I mentioned that in my, like, sort of podcast, and I privately apologized to Taiga. You need to make a public apology on your social media platforms because, again, not everyone's going to fucking see that shit, right? No one's going to see the private apology, obviously. Nobody's going to see this pinned comment because everyone's already, like, algorithmically moved on from that video, so they're not going to fucking see that shit even after you decided to take out that segment and pin the fucking comment. So, again, not how any of this works. And you did that also on Charlie's platform. Charlie's platform is an order of magnitude much bigger than yours. That information with all those individuals, all those like viewers of Charlie, and Charlie has a very, very wide swath of viewers, they're not going to run into that video on your side of the channel, right? Unless Charlie himself also said something. I think he was like on a stream specifically. He probably didn't say anything in the stream VOD, whatever. I don't really blame Charlie for much here, to be honest, because he didn't spread any of the misinformation. He had no idea. He was like, oh, well, what the heck? That's kind of crazy. That's wild. It's just like, okay, dude. Nice meme. Again, Nux, the problem here, and this is also probably going to be a theme we're going to be talking about consistently, is you got to take responsibility for your actions.
Apologized privately to Tiger for this, but many thought the damage was already done. 6 months later, Nux brings up the situation on his podcast, once again saying he messed up and he was going off the information what other people told him, and that once again...
Again, we've talked about why that is incredibly fucking stupid, especially with a accusation like pedophilia, a big accusation like pedophilia against someone. If you do not have very, very concrete evidence for that, people are going to just run with it and make a lot of really bad assumptions. Again, I've talked about this before, but all those fucking pedo hunters that exist on the platform, there's a reason why a lot, and I mean a lot, of the advocacy groups who look into trying to deal with child sexual abuse situations often say to these quote-unquote pedo hunters, can you please stop doing what you're doing? You're just making our job much, much more difficult.
Had privately apologized for this.
Like, I alleged it also because a friend told me, and I regret it because he, you know, I don't know if it's true. He ended up coming back with some sort of response. I don't know, this guy Bungo Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that I even alleged something like that, and like because a friend told me.
Now you would think this is where it would end. Nux somewhat apologized and learned his lesson that, you know, you should verify information before voicing it, especially when it's a serious allegation, which he did do again around the same time against another YouTuber. And
Hi, Rev Says Desu. Thank you for bringing this up. This was the exact sort of individual I was going to talk about next. This is Rev Says Desu. We'll probably get into Rev Says Desu another time. I definitely am planning to talk about that motherfucker as well. Rev Says Desu, is a quick sort of summary, is basically an anti-woke VTuber who himself will use Christianity very often as a shield in order to hide the fact that in reality, Rev Says Desu is a fucking, well, fascistic fucking little dipshit. Yeah, so Rev Says Desu, big fucking piece of shit. And this is the whole sort of thing where Nuxtaku is going very, very hard about how much he doesn't like lolicons. Now listen, lolicons, a lot of problems with lolicons. I've sort of had my position here with the portrayal of lolicons. The main problem with lolicons, of course, is the fact that if they are being portrayed as obvious children doing certain actions that are very sexualized within nature, then that is the problem. The example that I will consistently point to as pretty much the sort of magnum opus example specifically is, I don't know if the name is just Dragon Maid. I don't know the full name. It's the anime with the fucking Drag Maid in it, right? And it's the Twister segment with Kana and the other schoolgirl. I only remember Kana because a bunch of like people that I know always liked Kana. Blah 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 blah. They liked the anime before the fucking Twister thing. Okay, listen. If you know about the Twister segment, you fucking know exactly what I'm referring to here. That is an obvious instance of just pedophilia, right? Period. End of story. They are portraying two kids in explicitly, an explicitly sort of sexualized situation, right? Now, say what you will of Rev Says Desu. Rev Says Desu is a grifter, is a Christian LARPer, and turns out actually a femboy fucking RP dude, okay? Listen, we can talk about all the sort of like bullshit here specifically about Rev. I will go into Rev one day specifically, but yeah, Rev unironically decided to do like a femboy fucking RP on the fucking timeline, on fucking main for some fucking goddamn reason, and he, I don't know, posted an image of himself plowing Astolfo in the ass or some shit. So listen, if there are reasons to, whole multitudes of reasons for as to why I should criticize someone like Rev Says Desu, there's one of them. Besides the fact that also, he also supports all the Gestapo freaks and dipshits, specifically, well, within ICE. He is just like an anti-woke grifter, well, little dipshit.
and VTuber called Rev, where they got into a whole kerfuffle and made a video, which was removed recently, with a weird comment from Nux where if he was to do a video on Rev, with his influence and podcast, YouTube would probably take his channel down.
If I make a video roasting this dude on my main channel, YouTube will literally deplatform him. Like, YouTube actually watches my stuff, especially ever since I've been on the Some Ordinary podcast. YouTube has really been paying attention to, like, what we've been saying. And, I'll be honest, if I would make a video on him on the main channel, I do think he'd get taken down for either bullying or the whole, weird pedo stuff.
But a few...
we all do know that, again, Rev Says Desu directly does harass people. Like, that's not hyperbole, right? Very often, if Rev Says Desu receives any pushback on any of his social media platforms, he will sick his audience on them. Not explicitly, of course. Just like every other far-right dipshit, they will be rather implicit in sort of their... because they know that their audiences are already primed to want to go out and just harass people and harangue people for having opinions that differ from a right-winger, specifically. And I will just be explicitly political here about Rev Says Desu. He is just an evangelical wannabe fucking freak who barely understands what religion is and just LARPs as a very, very pious individual, when in reality will sort of just completely spit on the tenets of Christianity in order to, again, use it as a shield for his terrible political predilections.
A few months later, he would claim YouTube are actively suppressing him, which just contradicts his past claim, but he did apologize for this around 2 years later.
And some of the stuff that I said in my old stream that I foolishly uploaded on Nuxtaku. And yeah, I was definitely out of pocket when I talked about Rev like 2-3 years ago, whenever the fuck that was.
But the Tiger situation...
Yeah. Exactly. So Nux was willing to admit fault there, but as Royalty is here is going to say, Nux did not do the same specifically with Tigaholic, and Tigaholic had to go through a complete sort of like rigmarole fuckamagee in order to be able to, well, reclaim their fucking channels and their platform and get exonerated for their, well, perceived misdeeds, shall we say. This is where explicitly Nuxtaku is being shown as, well, I was going to say like a hypocrite, but is basically his misinformation and waffling on the whole entire situation and how he handled it with Bungo Taiga or Tigaholic. I'm not 100% certain which one's... It's Tigaholic. It's the most recent thing I'm saying. I'm just going to keep saying Tigaholic. From Tigaholic, shows that he was not willing to take any responsibility for the misinformation that he decided to peddle, and misinformation that he admitted to being like, yeah, it was misinformation. I heard it from a buddy of mine, and I just went ahead and made the claim on, well, Charlie's fucking video. We've talked about why that's incredibly irresponsible already. The waffling is the main problem that people are having.
It wasn't done yet, as Tiger thought it wasn't a good apology, because Nux claimed privately they would publicly clear the slate regarding Tiger, possibly with another video with Moist Critical, but the video or cleaning of the public slate never came.
This guy, Bungo.
Well, Nux. You said you wanted to clear up the situation. You promised that you would, and you didn't follow through with it. Now that is very fucking scummy behavior right there by Nux. He spread misinformation. He acknowledges that he spread misinformation, that he may have potentially had not maybe a hand in Tigaholic's channel getting yeeted. Perhaps there's a bunch of other reasonings as to why it fucking happened, but he essentially poured a bunch of gasoline on a fire that was about to burn out, thus giving it new life, and was making it even more of a hassle for Tigaholic to be able to reclaim their fucking YouTube channel after it getting, well, dishonestly taken down.
Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that...
let me be clear. Let me check exactly what he said. If I do a sequel with Charlie, I was planning on it, I'll try to clear the record more publicly. I'll also do more research. Again, I don't know right now, however, I'll try to rectify any extra damage I caused and hope you can accept my apology. This was in December 22nd, 2022. 2022. He said he was gonna make a sequel video with Moist Critical.
Yeah. And it's been like about a year later, or like what time was this come out? August 13th. And that initial message was on December. That's 8 months, Nux. 8 months.
Video never came.
Now moving to
Never
2020.
Yeah, so that's the whole sort of segment there on Bungo Taiga, or Taigaholic rather. Essentially, Nux decided to push out a bunch of misinformation about Taigaholic, where Taigaholic was claimed to be a pedophile, was exonerated from, well, being a pedophile, and as a byproduct, as a result of all of this, yeah, the hassle specifically for Taiga to get their channel back was made significantly more fucking difficult for literally no fucking reason. We had to mention it real quick. The Jaden Animations sort of stuff. I think he has like 14 videos spread between both of his channels, specifically Nuxtaku and Nuxanor, where essentially he decided to put himself with Jaden Animations and started expressing themselves as Jaden Animations and I and we. It's just like, bro, who is we? Why are you pretending to be best friends with Jaden Animations? Like, what the fuck are you doing? There's like this edited screenshot and basically saying that Jaden Animations is saying to Nux, like, who are you? Fuck off. It's fake. It's not real. I wanted it to be real so badly because it would be genuinely one of the most hilarious fucking things on the planet. But this is just like an example of Nux just being really fucking weird. Like, why are you doing this? Like, for a while, he started being known as, like, the Jaden Animations guy, where it's just like, bro, who invited my man Blood to the team? Bro is not a part of the team. What is he doing there, XD? You know, cause shit like that. It's because it's just like, yeah, why are you, like, saying that you're, like, best friends with fucking Jaden Animations? That's so strange. It was so bad that I think someone also made a Chrome extension saying, quote unquote, it's time to Nuxify your thumbnails, where you just put in like Nux into your fucking YouTube thumbnail and say like, oh yeah, we Nux and I, my best friend Nux, or whatever. Very, very funny, very, very good. But you know, we've talked about a lot about misinformation, how Nuxtaku is not a particularly big fan of lolicons. We're going to get into a quick segment here about Chris Tyson, aka Ava Chris Tyson, right? So, Ava Tyson, trans woman, part of Mr. Beast's team, transitioned. Bunch of people made a hullabaloo and kerfuffle for this. As a result, and I'm being as TLDR as possible in this situation, I don't want to go through the whole sort of fuck-a-McGee rigmarole about all of this specifically. Fuck that. I do not care. Like, there's a bunch of other videos. I do not give a shit about that in particular. But there was a video, an old video, of Ava Tyson, still as Chris, before they transitioned, of course, to Ava, where she had a poster from a rather infamous, shall we say, CP creator known as Shadman. Shadman is a rather infamous sort of personality, I guess, for lack of a better term, widely known throughout the entirety of, well, I guess YouTube, for lack of a better term, as being a guy who has created a lot of fucking child pornography, including that of fucking Keemstar, dude. Keemstar's 8-year-old fucking daughter. Like, listen, Keemstar is a piece of shit, by the way, right? Absolutely. without a shadow of a doubt. But making CP of another content creator's 8-year-old fucking daughter is genuinely fucking insane, bro. Like, why the fuck would you do that? And guess who fucking appears in this big old mega thread here? Oh, there he is. Say hello to our favorite little blue Sansy boy right here. Nuxtaku has talked about how he's had multiple private conversations with Shadman throughout 2021 and also has wanted to collaborate with him. Now, this is a old, like, this has been, like, basically nuked out of existence. But yeah, Shadman and Nux, well, more specifically, Nux wanted to collaborate with Shadman, which is not a great look in particular, right? Like, this man was just basically, like, asking, like, hey, how about, give me some suggestions for fucking, YouTubers, whatever, fuck it. And, well, someone adds adds Nux. Shad wasn't interested in all of that, and bro was just like, hey, I want to collab with Shadman. When at this point, people, broadly speaking, know who Shadman is and know of his, like, sort of sussy fucking behaviors.
So Shadman takes lolly shit to another level. So Shadman is a Nazi-ish, pedophile-ish fellow. Shadman didn't...
He is just a Nazi pedophile, like 1,000%. Like, that's not hyperbole. Yeah, that is exactly what Shadman is. Very, very common for all, well, the Nazis and also fucking to be fucking pedophiles.
Just draw lolly porn. Shadman drew lolly porn of real life people. Like, Keemstar's 8-year-old daughter got drawn by this guy in sexual art. And that is fucked up. That is insanely fucked up. Holy shit. Now, Keemstar is my best friend, which is why I'm extra mortified about all of this. Oh god, I don't want to know how Chris was associated with this guy. There's some... So, I was talking to Shadman. That's a weird, yeah. And,
that's a way to start a sentence.
That's a way to start a
sentence. That is a way to start a sentence. Shadman drew porn of Keemstar's 8-year-old daughter in 2016. You should have known that, Nux, but again, consistent sort of pattern here, of course. Nux just doesn't do any of his own research and will just not operate with a full deck of cards, and as a result will put out misinformation as a byproduct of that.
Some interesting takes on Gardevoir.
He can keep them. I don't think I need to hear them.
Yeah, they're weird. Dude, honestly.
Everyone, broadly speaking, knew at this point that Shadman was like a weird Nazi pedophilic weirdo, and you should stay away from with a 10-foot pole. But Nux wanted to fucking collab with the guy. Curious.
So Shadman takes lolly shit. That was the weirdest conversation I've ever had in my life. Like, through DMs. I didn't speak to him, like, voice, but it was the weirdest conversation I've ever had in my life.
I don't think you could have a normal conversation with a guy like Shadman.
Oh my lord. Shadman. Oh my god. I'm scrolling through the DMs. There are a few things that he said that were interesting. And he also says each word in, like, a different message.
Oh, he's one of those,
multiple text spammers. Oh my god, me neither. Games are too corny. Sure, it's good, but games are just corny to me. So I'm not a gamer. I'm like Sans, because I spent 11 hours beating him on stream when I was younger. Point is, hereditary means passed down from generations.
Why are you reading the fucking DMs, man? That's weird, bro. Why would you do that? Like, it's like, I don't want to read any of this. It starts reading some of it. Alright, bro.
Genetical memory, instinct, you dig? Then why accident if you exist? You're not perfect, but you exist. Why call it an accident? Hentai is ugly to me.
This is like a fucking, like, dream journal.
He actually said all of this.
This reads like some shit you wake up at 3 a.m. because you, like, have an idea you need to put down, and then you look at it the next day and you're like, how the fuck did this come out my hands?
Right.
Well, it's because he's a fucking he's a Nazi pedophile, Shadman, okay? Like, pretending to be pseudo-intellectual and esoteric is, like, their whole fucking shtick, dude. Like, yeah. I think this is Quite, if I recall correctly. I think this is Quite. Not that the dude probably himself knew about all of this. Again, I think Quite's like more of like a normie adjacent sort of like YouTuber or whatever, I think. But Nux, like, we've known for years at this point that Shadman was a weirdo pedophile fucking dipshit. Like, you need to do some basic research, man. Not even just like in-depth research. Just basic stuff is all you need at this point.
For those of you that are unaware, Shadman is a person that draws a lot of, well, I would say hentai, but when I said, hey, I've seen your hentai...
No, it's porn, dude.
I don't draw hentai. I draw digital porn that has slight, there is slight, inspiration that he takes from hentai.
Yeah, slight inspiration. Yeah, that's certainly a way to fucking put it. Very, very cool, Nux. Like, again, as I've been consistently saying, and I'm going to keep consistently saying it over and over and over again, Nux, you gotta do your fucking research. And here's the thing. We're referencing royalties here again, so I can find the actual fucking thumbnail. This is a thumbnail. I've mentioned this before in the previous Nuxtaku video as well. This is a thumbnail right here that Nux got from fucking Shadman, right? Where he was talking about, like, I guess a bunch of hentai in differing sort of, media properties, saying that it was, like, going too far or whatever. I don't know. Like, the content of the video doesn't really matter 100% of the time. The fact is he got a bunch of, CP, because I think this is what, I don't remember my Game of Thrones characters. This is the girl swordsman Stark from the Stark house, I think. I think it's Arya Stark, right? Arya Stark. What's her age? I'm just curious. Let me just double check what that is. Arya Stark age. Arya Stark is approximately 18 years old by the final season. That's the final season of Game of Thrones. Yeah, really treading the fucking line right there in particular. So, kind of fucking yikes that you're getting this stuff from Shadman in particular there, Nux. You've collaborated with him on getting multiple thumbnails and artwork in your thumbnails about this. Now, from what I understand, he ended up changing the thumbnails, but at that point, she's like, buddy, hey, you're too late. Internet is forever, and people are not gonna fucking forget about that shit, my man. Like, why would you do that? You need to do some... You need to just have some responsibility. Like, people knew about this for years. And at the point in time, Keemstar, one of your best friends, Shadman drew that fucking porn of his daughter when she was 8 in 2016, my dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? The final sort of major piece of major event that happened as a byproduct here of Nuxtaku essentially being revealed as being a fucking Shadman simp. We have, of course, one of Boy Meets Mini's main ops, Some Ordinary Gamers, aka Mudahar. Now, Mudahar is a whole can of worms in of himself. He has his own sort of problems, yada yada yada. We're not going to get into that in particular, but as we all know, he used to have a pretty big podcast with Nuxtaku where basically they would just talk about internet news and just a bunch of different shit, right? They would just talk about stuff, whatever. They doopy, they yappin', right? Cool, great, fantastic. Very, very cool. He, after all this stuff about Nuxtaku, essentially being a Shadman simp come out, basically, Some Ordinary Gamers posted this video called Post-Nux Clarity. The Post-Nut Clarity. You know, haha, very funny. We do a little bit of a funny play on words. Very, very clever. Where he was essentially saying, I'm cutting all ties with Nuxtaku. I don't want to interact with him anymore. Yada, yada, yada. The podcast is canceled. We're not doing any of this shit anymore. And unironically, like, this man, Some Ordinary Gamers, talked about the time where he and Nux reacted to fucking lolly hentai in one of his videos on his main channel. He just played some lolly hentai. Now, obviously, like I mentioned before, there's nothing explicitly wrong with lolicon, technically speaking, as a form of artwork. The problem with lolicon, or shotacon, right? Shotacon also is thrown into this in particular, is if they are depicted as children doing explicitly sexual acts. Because again, we can say that certain short-stacked women are all fucking lollies. Midna from Twilight Princess, is a lolly. Period. Like, definitionally speaking, she is a lolly. But she's basically an adult woman, but is just very, very small. Dwarfism is a thing. Short women are a thing. Women having more childlike looking faces, that's a thing. It's genetics. It fucking happens sometimes. Blah, 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 right? Midna being depicted in more sort of like sexual acts or whatever, because very often people are going to draw fucking Midna porn. No shit, people like Midna. Especially at the end of Twilight Princess, where she is the Twilight Princess. Obviously, it gets revealed, like a spoiler alert, whatever, I don't give a shit. She is a fully grown woman. She just had her power fucked with by Zant, basically, who was trying to take over the Twilight Realm. Yada, yada, yada. You know, very quick TLDR, I guess, on Twilight Princess here in particular. Those depictions are probably going to be more okay because people know that Midna she is an adult. She's an adult woman. That's totally fine. But if you're trying to do that shit with, again, the main example that I, generally speaking, bring up, that being like the Twister scene from Dragon Maid, that's explicitly an issue because those are characters who are depicted as children, even though the lolly Kana is like a 3,000-year-old dragon or whatever the fuck shit. No, she's being depicted as a fucking child and is explicitly being depicted as a fucking child. That shit is fucking softcore fucking porn. Fuck off with that bullshit. That's pedo shit. And this man, Nux, decided to play lolly hentai. Now, I don't know what fucking characters were on there. We don't know if they're like a bunch of short stack adult women. Who the fuck knows? Personally, I don't really fucking trust Nux to have any scruples on any of this whatsoever.
What really happened with the podcast, because it's pretty independent of this. But to go back to it, Nuxtaku is a former collaborator, a former friend of mine, and I mean really a former friend of mine, because some of the stuff that I've seen over here is disgusting enough that I really can't continue a friendship. And I really can't, like, again, excuse some of my behavior watching some of this content as well.
Mm-hmm.
So this video that was uploaded with, again, Nuxtaku as Jeffrey Epstein and me as, I assume, Delane Maxwell over here.
Jesus Christ.
What really happened with the podcast, because it's pretty independent of this. But to go back to it, Nuxtaku is a former collaborator, a former...
No, it just repeats from there. So yeah, Nux basically in the past had thumbnails of lollies in his video. After beefing with Rev, he changed them, but it didn't go unnoticed. He tried to be anti-lolly to stay on Mudahar's good side, but it looks like it didn't work out in the end for him. And he's done content and has had podcasts in the past, specifically with Tectone, talking about fucking lollicons. Nuxtaku, in reality, was not ever anti-lollicon. He was always fucking pro-lolicon and pro-weird CP shit. Because we all know about the stuff that Shamu talked about in his second video, his follow-up video, specifically about Tectone, where Tectone, unironically, has liked a lot of lolly artwork in the past before, and tried to unfollow a bunch of people and cover that shit up after getting called out for it. And one of the lolly artworks that he liked was a trans lolly who was basically, for lack of a better term, getting plowed in the ass by one of Genshin Impact's fucking creatures. If you know, you know from the Shamu video. But here, Mudahar talking about Nuxtaku and Bungo Taiga, or Taigaholic. Why don't we take a look?
Another creator known as Bungo Taiga, which is a creator that also had their entire YouTube channel pretty much terminated for nudity and sexual content policy. Now, to preface, also going forward into this video, I don't know much more about Bungo Taiga other than what I'm about to read here for you, and again, just covering this one specific case. So I don't know what level of degeneracy, if anything, this person also falls into, so don't consider anything that I'm saying as a co-signing of this individual. I'm looking at a very hyper-specific event in this point in time. I just want to make that readily apparent. So to go over a bit of their controversy, in summer 2022, Taiga was accused of grooming. They made a twit longer where they reviewed the allegations and called them false. Later, an updated Google Doc was created that had evidence that not only were these allegations fake, they were deliberately created by ex-moderators and spread
by a stalker.
By a stalker of Taiga. So again, this is the Google Doc in question. Now again,
which exonerated Taiga and got Taiga's channel back.
I have no idea about this controversy whatsoever. I'm only bringing this...
Which again, we have talked about before. Nux spreading explicit misinformation about this, right? He said that he got this from a fan, or from a friend, rather, of his, a buddy of his, and decided to not do any research into all of this whatsoever when this documentation was, I believe, already out at this point. Or no, might not have been quite out yet. It was already known that Taiga was exonerated from this specifically, but Nux still decided to basically not have the wherewithal to do any looking into the situation whatsoever.
This up because it was actually a big point of contention for someone like Nux. So even the actual person, Taiga Holic, actually ended up making like a 57-minute piece where they kind of went over this and really were just grilling Nux for not really correcting the record. The record had to be corrected because in this situation, Nux literally made a video where he was showcasing controversies to a popular creator known as Penguin Zero. Now inside this, he actually goes out and says, "Hey all, I edited out the Bungo Taiga segment of this video. Although I state in the video itself a disclaimer that I do not know the full story and to not take what I say too seriously, I would rather not be a cause for possible misinformation floating around." The
problem is, though, Nux, that's just not going to be effective enough. If you are going to say something like that, I don't know, just a quick blurb of saying oh, I don't 100% know 100 for real, but yeah, this person's a pedophile or something. That's not going to be good enough, man. That's not how that works, dude. You have to be rather explicit about this and say I've heard some stuff. Don't take anything that I say correctly here. I don't think, or honestly, just don't even mention it. You should have done some fucking research. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying initially. You shouldn't have even mentioned this from the beginning. You should have just done your research, looked into this, and again, have some fucking responsibility.
Now that new information was revealed, I'm still in the dark on a lot of details as I heard both sides of this event and don't know what to think. I'm sorry if I caused any undue harm. So I personally apologize to Taiga for their side, and they discussed my plan going forward. Either the truth comes out, be it guilty or innocent, but I intend to set the record straight.
And we know what the plan was, specifically to make a follow-up video with Charlie. That never happened.
Straight in the future when I understand the situation. So it's wild as fuck that we're covering pretty serious stories like this, but we don't have the entire story, or at least enough to make a video. That is basically how you bring on actual misinformation.
Exactly, 1000%, which again, we've talked about this before with the entirety of, the V Shoujo drama. Operating off of without full information, without the full deck of cards, and putting out a video about it anyways. Same with, the Taigaholic situation. Again, operating off of a full deck of cards without full information and putting out a video about it, spreading explicit misinformation about this. Same with also Rev, right? Again, just making claims about, because of the fact that you had a bunch of controversies and also were a collaborator with fucking Shadman, or a wannabe fucking collaborator with fucking Shadman, and saying that people like Rev Says Desu, who portrays himself as a fucking lolicon, and saying that he's a pedophile for it, is, again, just putting out explicit misinformation and just not checking any of your claims. Very, 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 very lazy there, Nux.
Wild as fuck that we're covering pretty serious stories like this, but we don't have the entire story, or at least enough to make a video. That is basically how you bring on actual misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
So in this story, Taiga did not appear to be too happy with this entire situation. They actually talked about it again in that VOD I brought up. Nuxtaku Can't Stop Lying.
Sure.
You think I deplatformed him? People are blaming me for deplatforming him. He got banned for sexual content. But you're blaming me for deplatforming him? Destroyed his life? You think I destroyed his life when the video where I talked about him?
Now, Nux, here's the fucking thing. Now, were you the person explicitly who deplatformed Taiga? I don't think so, right? Because they were banned before Nux, before Nux's sort of position or misinformation was put out there. If I'm recalling I could be recounting my timeline of events here incorrectly. However, you decided to put on a bunch of gasoline into an already simmering out fire and gave new fucking life to it. That's the problem, Nux. And you're not willing to take any responsibility for the fact that you did that, Nux.
Apologizing for it has more views than the video where I originally mentioned it, like, as a throwaway sentence?
We talked about why that's wholeheartedly irrelevant, because again, you were talking with Charlie there, and Charlie has a ginormous audience with an order of magnitudes higher than yours in terms of broader sort of reach. That's another issue, Nux, because they're not going to go on your side of the video and look at the fucking pinned comment saying that you privately fucking apologize. That's not how that works. They're not going to go there because guess what? They watch the content live. They're not going to watch the fucking video or the VOD unless they're insane or something about it. I don't know, whatever. Who knows? People are wacky individuals very, very often. But they're not going to follow through and see that you put out explicit misinformation about Bungo Taiga and that you edited out that explicit misinformation. Again, that's the problem, Nux.
Over false allegations? I didn't make any allegations. I said what someone else said, and I was wrong to do.
Yes, and they were false allegations, right? You don't, again... You need to have responsibility with someone with a giant platform, Nux. You have to have that responsibility because, guess what? People will very often just say random things. You said you got that from a buddy of yours, but how many mouths have essentially regurgitated a bunch of that stuff, and how many people have essentially remembered maybe not the full accurate portrayal or depiction of a particular story and saying oh well yeah, I heard this thing, I don't know if it's 100% this, but I've heard this, I don't know, take it with a grain of salt or whatever. It is again up to you to take responsibility for your actions and then look into that, be oh, my buddy said this, but I'm not 100% certain. Maybe I should just double check to see, make sure what happens. Oh, there's already documents exonerating this whole sort of situation, and that's that this wouldn't have been a problem. But you didn't do that. You didn't do that, and you decided to spread misinformation instead.
But there are so many comments like this everywhere.
I don't particularly think that was ever a great response in the situation. Yes, just because you regurgitated what somebody else said, when it comes to something this serious, it probably should have been something that you were 100% on the money for. It's a pretty massive fuck-up, and it's not a fuck-up that you can just, put in a pinned comment or a, side channel that people, may or may not see. At the end of the day, when it involves something incredibly serious, incredibly serious, sexual assault stuff,
pedophilia,
100% correct the record and make a actual real. It doesn't have to be you slapping yourself in the face in front of it. It just
again, we've seen the video that he put out specifically about this, right? He did it 8 months after, man. 8 months after it was completely after Tigaholic was completely exonerated after all this. Again, not capable of taking any responsibility.
Really has to be a sincere apology that, again, you post on a main channel. The reason I'm doing this video, for instance, on a main channel is because I really do want to set the record straight. I really don't have anything to hide, and to be honest with you, when it comes to a situation like this, it's best that I set the record straight with my community. I'm not ashamed of involving people that wouldn't know about it. I don't really want to hide things under a rug because I have nothing to hide. At the end of the day...
Oh, we'll get back to that, Mudahar.
That, to me, is more shady. I've called people out for really bad behavior, and I think this is...
Listen, we can say, initially here in our sort of timeline of events, this is a rather principled stance here by, well, Mudahar, right? Absolutely. But little bit of an issue here. Okay, so Mudahar is starting to get I think this is a big sort of infamous moment here by Mudahar where he was exposed to the general sort of behaviors and problems with Shadman and, well, also Nuxtaku's interactions with Shadman, right? Because initially, Muda didn't really have any idea of this specifically. I assume, like, I mean, all this shit got fucking yeeted out of existence, so it makes a lot of sense. And this was the first exact moment here where, Mudahar said, like, we're going to completely cancel the stream, or the podcast, the Some Ordinary podcast, mostly because of this situation here with Nux interacting with Shadman, having, well, desires to want to collab. But Mudahar just decided to go back on all of that now, instead, after having some stance here talking about, like, okay, he disavows, well, you know, Nikandros, dedicated Mudahar hater, saying that he's disavowing Nuxtaku, then he backtracks on that. Then he disavows Nux, then he does another backtrack, and then he disavows him again, and then backtracks again. Like, so at this point, they're back to being friends again. I have never seen an instance of someone backtracking and then disavowing again, backtracking, disavowing again. It's just like, dog, like, pick a fucking lane at this point. Like, what are you fucking doing? You know, just a quick, like, sort of, like, shitting on there of Mudahar. And as far as I can tell, I think Mudahar and Complainy Laney with a raid of 23 people. I appreciate that. How are we all doing today on this very, very late night gamers? Complainers. What the? Thank you for the follow. Bry your guy. I appreciate that, bud. Let me give you a shout out. We're doing alright. We're just doing my series here of Attack on Grifters, and, well, we're coming to pretty much the tail end of that, of this segment here where we're shitting on, well, Nuxtaku. I didn't spell the word shout out correctly, and now it's not letting me do the thing. I hate Twitch. I hate Twitch. There we go. But what were you up to, Raiders gamers? What were you talking about this day? Well, I said what I'm basically up to. Well, shitting on Nuxtaku because I hate him. Hatred. Very, very important to have. Art history docs about black art. Neat. Hell yeah. Educational content. In comparison to the fucking dreck that I'm doing right now. But listen, someone needs to wade into the slop dreck, so someone's got to do it. One thing that I did forget to grab real quick was Nuxtaku in Israel. Because we're pretty much at the ending section of all of this. Where's the fucking claim that, Nux is, has, family in Israel, and the reason why he went to live in Israel for several months is because of, his, was it a family member? Was it a cousin? I remember who got killed by Hamas, byproduct of October 7th, doing the invasion, blah, 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 blah. Nuxtaku, family member, Israel. Oh, I do know that he's just Jewish, but that's about it, but... Whatever. I don't remember exactly the main thing here, but... It doesn't 100% matter. Anywho. What was I saying? I don't need to find the claim anyway. It's not real. It's mostly just like a passing thing. What was I saying again? Oh yeah. So Mudahar, like, I guess is like, I've never seen anyone do like a backtrack and then a disavowal and then a backtrack and another disavowal and a backtrack and another that's new to me. I've never seen anyone do that before. So I guess at this point, Nux and Mudahar are still friends or something, but they're probably not going to collaborate on anything because of the fact that Nux is just like literal, like his name is basically like poison, like do not touch radioactive material, you will get harmed, blah 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 blah. And as a result of all of these controversies and, well, him basically being a fucking Shadman simp and constantly putting out misinformation at this point, we get to what he is up to now. And he has basically done the complete turn away from his more sort of, I guess, like, formulaic, like, clickbait content, trying to bait content creators to say particular things and, like, doing his podcast and all that bullshit. And what he does now is full-on right-wing grift. After being exposed as a creep with the Jane Animations thumbnail stuff, like basically being pretending to be a part of the team, even though Blood is definitely not a part of the team, and also being exposed as a Shadman simp, what does Nux do? Begin to grift to the right. Classic. Can we get some duck smoking GIF emojis? Can we get some fucking classics? This happens consistently every single time with all of these conservative grifters. Whenever they get fucking exposed for, well, being like a creep, being like a weirdo or something, it's consistent with these people. They will immediately, to try to maintain some form of relevance in the social media landscape, they will constantly go start doing, well, right-wing grift content, because it's incredibly easy, it's formulaic, very simple to fucking put together, and there's always going to be a ready and available audience who is willing to finger licking good, just eat that shit up every single fucking time. I mean, literally, Tectone himself admitted to being a right-wing grifter after being exposed for being a sexual abuser. Like, the bro admitted that in transcripts of his fucking court case. Like, it's so fucking funny. We've talked about this whole situation before, where he's, like, burnt all of his bridges, and this, like, idiotic sort of, like, statement here about Iron Mouse, bringing it up again because it's a really fucking dumb argument, saying like, oh, I can't believe that Iron Mouse would try to appeal to people as a social media influencer. It's like, Nux, that's kind of the job of being a social media influencer. It is to appeal to people. That's how it fucking works, buddy. Welcome to the attention economy. Sit down. There's a lot more fucking crazy shit in order to learn. And this is essentially what his content is today. Very just boilerplate reaction content, super boring, like formulaic, talking about political matters and a bunch of other shit that he more than likely has no idea about. A lot of people are also inclined to say that Nux is Israeli because he has like a particular like conniption with Islam. There's with a somewhat funny looking initial thumbnail, probably made by some weird Islamophobic fucking freak, with, I don't know, like a rather racialized, stereotypical sort of, drawing, I say, of an Arab man, I would guess, talking about, like, all the Islamophobic shit, reacting to a bunch of stuff that he barely sort of understands, commenting on a bunch of, like, political topics that he does basically no research for, and will just say, like, random boilerplate sort of talking points, and quote-unquote on his second channel where he's more based, it is just slop. Complete, utter fucking slop. With all of his, like, weirdo sort of, like, thumbnails that look very, very AI art. And basically, I think this is where he basically talks about Hassan all the fucking goddamn time. Which, all of his, like, 3IQ dumbass fucking fans will just lap it up instantly because, again, there's a fucking market for it. But this guy has basically done, I think it's like hundreds upon hundreds of videos of specifically just on Hassan. It is just really fucking weird. Oh, he does like do increases of fucking 5% in terms of his, I guess, like, quote unquote fucked now, I guess, like, format that he does here or some shit. And it's, again, about what you would expect, just complete fucking slop, dreck nonsense. And this is quote unquote the channel where he's more based. For those who may not know, the sort of word based, when it's used by, well, right-wing slop weirdos, are generally speaking used for those people when they're just like, yeah, this is the channel where we get to be racist and just say, like, whatever the fuck we want. So again, this is essentially what Nuxtaku has decided to debase himself towards because of the fact that he's been exposed as a Shadman simp, will constantly put out a ton of misinformation and not operate with a full deck of cards. Again, I've talked about this before. This one, probably not inherently malicious here, but it is a pattern of behavior that's been established here by Nux, where very often he will go into a particular situation, not do the full wherewithal in terms of research, and when advised to not go ahead with a particular releasing of a video, he'll just go ahead and say a particular claim or release a particular sort of statement or video talking about a certain topic when it is highly advised for him not to do as such. And also, of course, with the Tigaholic situation where he just claims someone is a pedophile because of the fact that they got banned in the past for terminated. Their YouTube account was like terminated for having a bunch of like sussy looking clips, saying that specifically on Moist Critical's platform as well in his video, and just basically not doing the sort of necessary not doing the sort of like necessary sort of principle. That's not the correct term. Not having the wherewithal. That's what I'm looking for, in order to properly correct the record and apologize properly for that. And then, you know, the final icing on the cake, him being a fucking Shadman simp and having, well, thumbnails specifically of, well, that were done by Shadman. Like, brother, take some fucking responsibility for your actions. And even when he was like pretending to be such an anti-lolly crusader, mostly because of his fuck-ups there with Tigaholic, and because he didn't want anyone to find out the fact that he was a fucking Shadman simp, who is a prolific child porn, well, I don't want to even say creator, that's not even like correct to say, but distributor, let's just say, and is also a fucking Nazi himself. Shadman, that is. And this is basically Nux. Just right-wing slop YouTuber, because he understands his sort of persona, his channel name, his brand is pretty much persona non grata. It is toxic. It is radioactive. You do not touch with a 10-foot fucking pole. You do literally everything possible to avoid someone like this. Why? Because they will also just drag you down into the mud with all of their constant controversies and just complete slop dreck that they constantly put out in terms of, well, content output. But there's always going to be an audience for this, because there are always just delusional, moronic fucking lemmings who will always just eat this shit up without a problem. So he'll be able to continue. Is he going to grow from here? Not really, right? eventually Nuxtaku will fade into relative obscurity if he continues down along this path. But Nuxtaku has been in the game for about a decade at this point, so more than likely he's going to try to pivot into some other form of content. But no one's going to fucking forget about any of this stuff, buddy. You're a known factor, my man. People, broadly speaking, see how ridiculously unpopular all of this right-wing, slopulist dreck is, and how nobody wants to fucking interact with any of this shit. Listen, buddy, Woke 2 is fucking coming, and you're gonna be fucking cooked. And I mean, also the fact that he's supportive of Israel and its genocidal regime, all because of the fact that he's mad about the fact that one of his family members, yeah, sure, it was tragic that he got killed by Hamas or whatever. Hey, maybe you should have just not gone in with the invasion of Gaza to begin with because of October 7th, due to the fact that the Abrahamic Accords essentially forced Hamas into a corner and basically gave them no other options forward besides trying to do a breakout of the siege that's been on the Palestinians in Gaza for the latter part of about 15 years at that point. But does Nux understand about any of that stuff? No, because he would prefer to make like stupid, dumb fucking Hassan thumbnails and continue to just talk about absolute fucking slop. Don't think there's really much else to say besides what misinformation does to a motherfucker and what getting exposed as a potential CP lolicon enthusiast can also do to one's career is generally quite, I guess, predictable and always catastrophic for dumbasses like fucking Nuxtaku.
It's 4 in the morning!
That's what I get for starting late. Fuck my life. No biggie. Coming in from fucking doing educational content to my, well, dog shit slop. That's quite the change of pace, folks, let me tell you. Not only the greatest change of pace, let me tell you, it's great, folks. Alright. We're ready, we're so awake, we're slapping the sides of our face. Alright, who the hell am I raiding out to today? Besides getting attacked by Flem Nation. I hate getting attacked by Flem Nation. Why don't we raid out to... Besides me cracking my neck. Why don't we do... Well, I mentioned Neurodetergent during the video, so why don't we raid out to her? Fuck it. Why not? Alright, gamers. The raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW the Daho raid, but I would show appreciation to those that we raid into. And in case gamers, I will be back tomorrow. And it's gonna be just more of the same. Yapping about more topics, yapping about more news, yapping about, well, playing more fucking Factorio. You know how it is. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.